Good morning, everybody. Here we are live, Oxford Downs, for today's match. Oxford Downs versus Burnham. Oxford Downs lost the toss and Burnham decided to bat first. It's just me on the mic today. Unfortunately, Bear is not very well, so it's just me. And I've got a roving reporter out today, Paul Fowler. He's going to be out and about at various grounds giving live updates and hopefully with some live video as well. It's the first time we've tried this, so it might not work, but we'll have a go. Big shout out today to our match day sponsor, ADS. Just put their... Thank you very much, ADS. And if you want to be a match day sponsor, speak to Paul Fowler. Thank you for that support today. Right, we're about 5 minutes away before the start of the game. I will just put some music on while we wait for the start. Call to the bar quickly for some drinks. There's some of the Burnham players just turning up. Morning, Tony. Yeah, I'm sure the wicket will play beautifully, mate. You've done an excellent job. They all went and had a look at it. They all nodded in approval, all the players. So if you missed my opening blurb, Oxford Downs lost the toss and Burnham are batting. So I'd imagine that Loz and Matt Warner will open the bowling. A little bit windy here today, so you might pick up some wind noise on my mic. So the opening pair, Rahim and Raja, out to bat. Let me just make sure. Yes, Rahim Akhtar and Fahad Raja opening the batting for Burnham. I like their coloured kit. Look at those bright yellow pads. Good morning, Sam. Good morning, Simon, as well. Bear. Yeah, sorry you can't be here, mate. Hope you get better soon. You'll have to put up with my me on the mic today. I'm not the best with fielding positions. Bear is the expert at that. Never really played cricket as a younger man. Always enjoyed watching it, but never learnt the fielding positions. What's the point, you know? Does look like Loz to open the bowling from the house end. There we go, first ball. Let's play. Yeah, Gary's here today. You'll probably see him taking a wander later. I think Gary's mother's here, so might see her wandering around the ground as well. I do have a colleague. Paul Fowler's joined me in the commentary box. I'll just turn his mic on. You're on?
Good morning, Matthew. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Paul. So you're going to go out and about the grounds today. Which ground are you going to first?
I think I will be going to Great and Little Chew to see our seconds. No, that's our thirds, isn't it, today? I hope so. I have Bicester and Oxford North, and then last but not least, seeing the fourths on their promotion drive over at Stanton Harcourt.
So Burnham off the mark there with a leg bye. Half-hearted appeal by Loz. Definitely too high and wide of leg stump. Probably back there.
No run that. I know you've already said it, Matthew, but thanks from me, because I help out with the sponsorship here, to ADS for sponsoring today's game. One of the nice interesting factors is some of our sponsors have actually become customers of each other. So I know NFL Weekends Leverage use them. Oof, that wasn't that far off. That was a courageous lead.
Yes, I think a courageous lead is a good way of describing that.
A heart in a mouth moment as that sort of nips back in for the batsman there, I think. Softly done.
End of the first over, just one from it. Burnham won't mind me saying, I'm sure, that they haven't had the best of seasons. I think.
No, real shame.
I'm sure they'll be back in the top, well, in the home counties.
Yeah, sad to see them go. And like you say, wish them all the best for next season. Hopefully they'll be back here next season. Well,
season after.
Season after. Obviously, given our current position and opportunity. Good morning, Simon. I hope you are well. And good morning, Sam King, watching at a cricket club down in London. Which cricket club is that, Sam? Let us know, and we'll give them a shout out.
So Matt Warner from the Chapel End.
Two slips in. The second over.
2 slips in a gully.
Oh, yeah. Good to see an attacking field. Bit of bounce there. That reared up. Appeal in the distance from the nets. So obviously someone thought someone got a junior. Thought someone was out. Don't have a camera for that, unfortunately. Attention to the side screen. Sun is now really out.
It is.
It was quite nippy when I turned up half, 3/4 an hour ago, but now with the sun out, it's looking lovely.
The bar will be open from 3 if you want to come down.
Selling a variety of rather lovely, lovely drinks, snacks. Got some quite good ales on at the moment, haven't we, Matt?
Hufflepuff.
Yeah,
Little
that's
Ox.
Little Ox, I think.
That one kept low.
I did kept low. The one before reared up. That one kept a little bit low. It was Hufflepuff from Little Ox, isn't it?
Yes, and then we got some key keg ones. I can't remember what they are because I don't drink them, but I should know what they are.
Yeah, you order them, but you don't drink them.
Well, actually, Graham orders them. He does a very good job. He's got hold of that. No need to run for that. That's 4 runs. 1 bounce 4.
Nice shot. Sam, thank you very much. Hawley. Well, hello to everyone down at Hawley. Hope I'll have a look at the moment on my phone to have a look at their YouTube channel. Always great to see. There's so many clubs now that are embracing this. I suppose the technology is cheaper now and YouTube enables you to broadcast it, but it's great to see. Ooh.
Squares him up.
Certainly did. Good recovery after being smashed down the ground.
So it's a 50 over game. Looking at the weather forecast and everything, it definitely will play all 50 overs today.
Yeah. Haven't got that fear like we did the other week, whereby at any given moment you thought this game could be off with just one shower.
Yeah, certainly at Amersham last week, we were very lucky to get a game in there. Just managed to dodge all the showers. Amersham very kind enough to let me film there, and I've already been in contact with Chesham next week, and I'll be filming there next week for our last game of the season.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I'll definitely try to be there if I'm not required by the Fours. Rock in again. Ooh. Bit of indecision, I think, from the batsman there as to what shot to really commit to. Sorry to hear that, Simon. On the chat, I'm sure you'll be let out for good behaviour.
In about 7 days.
In about 7 days, yeah, about 7 days.
Just get better, mate.
Look after yourself, my friend. Look forward to having you back. That one kept extremely low. Great take there. Brock in again from the house end. And he cuts that away. I think that's going to go for 4. They're chasing and chasing towards the Abingdon Road boundary, and that has gone for 4. A nice little cut shot. I was just about to say that Brock yet to concede anything apart from that leg by, but
Commentator's curse.
it was. Well, I didn't say it out loud. I thought it. I shouldn't have even thought it. Thought crime. recovery ball there from Losbrook. Actor and Raja both have 4. Rocking again. Solidly blocked. Fielded at Gully. No run.
So the other game we'll be keeping a close eye on is the Wokingham-Chesham game. Looks like Chesham are batting at the moment. They're 7 without loss after 2.
Remind us of the position, Matt, at the top.
Well, it's Slough at top, and I think they're pretty well much guaranteed at least second. Well, they are guaranteed second.
Okay.
There is a slim chance we could catch them, assuming they lost both their games and we win both ours.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a kind of straight shootout between Wokingham and ourselves for second place, really. Yeah, we're 5 points ahead of them, so if we win both our games, we will finish second.
Well, it's in our hands then,
It is,
basically. Yeah. In our hands, so which is always the better place to be in terms of not being reliant on other scores going your way. I always fancy being the underdog, though, in some respects. There's a little bit less pressure.
I like the points on the board, mate.
I do. No, don't get me wrong. Having the points is definitely good, but there's some low-scoring games here, and they're always close. Oh, he's got that one to really rear up from the surface. Yeah, Warner's getting some bounce from that end. Chapel end. Ooh. Comes into the thigh pad. We had an interesting game here last night, Matthew, didn't we?
Yeah, pink sheep versus black sheep.
Yeah.
Went down to the penultimate ball. My wife hit the winning 4, she did.
That was a second or third 4 she hit that night.
She said, somebody said to her, you brought it home. She didn't quite understand that, but then she got it later.
Well fielded there in the covers, just preventing 2 or 3. May not have gone to the boundary, but he certainly just kept that to a single.
That was
Nice
Will
bit of
in the
fielding.
field, I think.
Yeah, it was a good game last night. Good to see some old players, some players who can't commit the time to a regular season, but still want to get involved with cricket. That was the chaps, as it were. An aerial with that, and that's going to be safe. Probably 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. Over the rope it goes, right in front of the scorer's hut. 4 runs.
Good start from Burnham.
It is. They've got nothing to lose. You know, they know their position. They may as well enjoy themselves these last couple of games of the season. Make the most of it.
Sometimes easier to play like that when you, either way, you know, you either you got the promotion and you're then playing, or you know,
well,
unfortunately
exactly.
you're going down and
oh, that's
nicked. It's coming heading straight for us. I put my foot up because knowing my luck, it would bounce off the rope, go over the top of the screens and hit me right in the chops.
That's why I jumped up then, because I just thought if that hit that rope, you've got a rather expensive HD camera and a rather expensive set of monitors and equipment. I thought that was excellently fielded by myself. Matthew, we've got the teams today. Sam has just asked if Kurt is playing, and I arrived to the ground a little bit late to see.
He's no, he's not playing
team
today. The team is Loz, Prav, George, Matt, Tom, the 2 Toms, Frankie, Gus Miller, Luke Maslin, Freddie Smith and Will Watts.
Excellent. single. It could be two if they run it fast. They should get the two. Well fielded by Prav.
Easy two in the end.
It was in the end. Once it had escaped the circle, it's going to be a bit of a chase. He's quick in the field, it's Prav.
That's
through the point region. Come through for another easy two. So yeah, a bit of a nice to see an attacking start from a team.
Yes,
Certainly not
definitely the most number of runs I've seen here within 5 overs.
Yeah.
I've seen them get to 10 overs and only have 20 odd.
Exactly.
Inside edge there. Lucky not to play that on. So it's the annual 6-a-side tomorrow. We've got 8 teams playing here. We've also got pork rolls. Come down, have a watch if you're not playing. And there's the first wicket, bowled. Looking to get that one away again, he was. This time. Gets beaten for a little bit of pace, I think. Bring Rizwan Nadeem to the crease. So Downs striking back there after a very solid start from Burnham. Fast-paced start. So in the other game of interest, Slough are playing Wargrave, and Slough are 7 for 2, but I've seen this before from Slough. That's going to be close. Not out though. Yeah, their main man Dan, is it Dan Lincoln, I think it is, scores all their runs. He's still at the crease, so don't think Slough will be panicking yet. An update from the test, looks like Prawaja's out at the same time, simultaneous wickets. Ooh, was in the air, but between slip and gully, 4 runs. Yes, Simon, I think that looked close to me as well. That did. A good ball from Matt there. Shaping away from the right-hander. That's through the field again. It'll be 4 runs. As I was saying with Paul earlier, this is probably the briskest start I've seen from a team here. Be a leg by here. Welcome new viewers. If you missed the start, Oxford Downs lost the toss, Burnham elected to bat. Loz picking up the first wicket. Oh, that's very close, that was. Said that quite a few times already this morning. The sun is out. Into that Warner over. 33 for 6. Sorry, 33 for 1 after 6. It wouldn't be a surprise if it was 33 for 6. We've seen some very low scoring games here. Again, between slip and gully, and that will go away for 4 runs. Not quite as aerial as the one in the previous over. Burnham certainly finding the rope here with reasonable frequency. I think if we would have won the toss, we would have almost certainly batted as well. Chop that one on. There's a second wicket for Loz. So that's the opening pair out. Good, reasonable start, 30 runs between them. New batsman is Shahan Khan. Was a little fortuitous, the chop on to the stumps, but I think works it off his legs for a quick single. Yeah, a bit fortuitous to chop on, but I think he deserves that little bit of luck. From how both bowlers have bowled. That's a good stop. Will gets down, stops it. Might have gone for 4 if it would have got through the circle. Oxford Downs team not making quite as much noise in the field as they did at Amersham last week. There was quite a lot of jeering on. Is that the best way of describing it? Pumping up in the crowd, in the field. Morning, Simon. Yeah, he's a quality player, is Loz. Just wide a gully, and that will go for 4. Was in the air, no chance of Freddie, who's at the gully position though, getting to that. Leaked a few runs in that area. Morning, Richard. Thanks very much. We try our best. Just me on the mic today. Simon will be supporting me in the chat and watching the game, obviously. Cut that one out. Good length there from Matt. Bit of movement away there. Some more encouragement, a bit like Amersham last week. And that is caught in gully by Freddie. The 3rd wicket down. Straight at him. Was low, but safe pair of hands there. Matt Warner picks up his first wicket. Brings Saheed Yusuf to the crease. We have Gary and Ted doing the boundary walk. Driven straight at the fielder. Looks like Sandy's hurt his hand. He's flicking it vigorously. He actually forgot his thigh pad last week at Amersham, and he was showing off his various bruises. He said he was determined not to get out to their seam attack, but took a couple in the thigh, preventing that. Sounds like he's cut his hand.
Where's the best place to run the plaster?
Yeah, it's the kit. Yeah. There should be a first aid kit behind the bar. It should be on the bar top, or on the table over there. It sounds like Sandy's got an injury to his nail, I would imagine. Hello. There is food tomorrow. Yes, we've got pork rolls with stuffing and apple stuff and salads.
Chris is playing for Nick and them at the Black Horse.
Aha.
And then there's a few of us from the campsite are going to come down
Yes.
tomorrow for the day.
Yeah.
So there's definitely food we can get.
There's definitely food. It'll be around about 2 o'clock. It will be. Ah, another wicket there. So that was edged. I kind of missed it. That's okay.
Right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Yes, with the six-a-side tomorrow, we have got food and pork rolls. So Loz picks up his fourth wicket there. Sorry I missed it. I was just fielding some questions from some of the supporters here. Looks like Tommy Costley caught it. So after that good start, Burnham lose their fourth wicket. I think that's been one of their issues. A lot of teams suffering from that issue, scoring runs this season. Amersham set 190 last week, and we did get there, but it was for 7 wickets, so it was a little bit nerve-wracking towards the end. Certainly want to see the Loz getting his pads on. Hey Bob. How are you? How's sunny Australia? It's a bump ball, I think, there. Yep. Pretty certain the fielders knew that. There's only a... It was a great stop, but definitely bumped down directly into the ground and then came up. I always think the batsman's not in control when they jump up. They're trying to jump up to keep the ball down. Let's have a quick look at the other scores. Slough at 18 for 3, Chesham at 25 without loss. So at the moment, things going our way. What would be very good is if Dan Lincoln is still in for Slough. Yeah, the weather's lovely today, Bob. Goldilocks temperature, I like to call it. Not too hot, not too cold. End of Veloz's 5th over. Conceded 17 runs for 3 wickets. Is Keith just coming round? Played for the Black Sheep last night. Played very well, I thought.
Morning, Matt.
Since the sun's come out, actually the wind has decreased a bit. It was fairly windy earlier. I was thinking I might have to put some pegs in the gazebo. That's through. That's 4 runs. I do think this is a very snazzy kit Burnham have got, this yellow and blue. It's kind of a... I think it's because I support Oxford United. Always like a bit of yellow and blue. Shout out to those travelling to Wales today. Nick Owens. Don't know whether you can hear the commentary. Hopefully you can. Obviously driving, so I won't be looking. I'll try and read out the score as much as possible so you can hear. Oh, I can only think that bobbled through the fielder for 4 runs. There's Gus Miller out there. I think Gus definitely pinged up a little bit off the pitch. The outfield's very good here, but there is the odd little bobble and nobble. That's the technical term. It can cause the ball to rear up a little bit. Down leg side, and that will be 4 as well. Twelve runs off this over already. Still 1 to come. Actually 2 to come. So end of Matt Warner's 5th over. .57 for 4 after 10. End of the power play. Be interesting to see whether Oxford Downs push any more fielders outside the circle. They didn't last week at Amersham. They literally had one player outside the circle for the majority of their fielding, keeping the squeeze on as much as they could. It's not dissimilar to today, just one fielder outside the inner circle, keeping with a slip, 2 slips and a gully, and lucky to get away with that one. Great ball. Yeah, under these circumstances normally Bear would reel out all the fielding positions, but I can't do that. I'm not as skilled as he. Let's put it this way, they're just all generally distributed around the circle, the outside of the circle. He's giving him. Presumably for an edge. Let's just see how that comes through. Can't think it was LBW. The umpire is strolling off for some reason. Not certain why. Maybe just to confirm with the score. It's just Helen scoring on her own today. The method of dismissal. Yeah, I don't know why the score has gone over. I'm just guessing it is to say the method of dismissal. I should see any second now on the it was LBW. It must have been just the top of his pad then. Interesting. It's out anyway. 5th wicket down. Brings Usman Beg to the crease. Wind's picking up again. Apologies, the camera does shake a little bit. It's not the sturdiest of tripods it's on. So in the other games we're keeping an eye on, Chesham are 26 without loss after 12 overs against Wokingham, and Slough 36 for 3, but their main man is still batting. Batsman calls for a run but gets sent back. Wicket maiden. Loz's 6th over there. Got the 4 wickets. Looks like Ted Sambach is here. No glass of wine in hand this time. He was trying to convince me last week he was drinking tea. I don't believe him. So it looks like Tommy Costley now. He's got some strapping on his knee. He hurt himself in training in the week. Must be okay if he's bowling. He's getting some treatment on it this morning. Lots of strapping. Always very hard on the knees bowling. Hard on everything really. Shoulders, knees. And will be just cut off by the fielder for a single. Loz just taking some refreshments on the boundary. It does look like a cup of tea. I don't think it is. I think it's just a teacup with water in it, I would imagine. Probably heard Keith going, ooh, there, because that was close. Just a bit too high. I think there was some movement there. Good pace. On target, out. Not quite on target though. Kept quite low. Frankie giving us a wave. Should be picked up by Loz. It is. Just a single. Took that slip out. Still think it would have been wide of second slip. Again, so close. Riding his luck there. Ended Tommy Costley's first over, 2 runs from it.
Need anything?
No, I'm alright, thanks Keith. Too early for beer yet.
Well, yeah, I know that one.
Might have one later. So a quick look at the other scores. Slower 61 for 3, so that's a pretty quick start from them too. Chesham 26 without loss. Loz in for his 7th over. Beautiful. Oh, another beautiful ball. No reward though. Do fancy Loz to get his at least a five for today. Don't want to commentate or curse him, but he's bowling beautifully. Yeah, there it is. No commentator's curse today. That is his fifth wicket. Burnham a 6 down. Oxford down, seam attack doing it again. So I don't want to tempt fate. If you were thinking of coming down, I would come down a little bit earlier. Burnham did get off to a sprightly start, but losing 6 wickets now, it's going to be pretty tough for them to post a big score. As I understood it, one of the reasons why they opted to bat first is because some of the players hadn't turned up. So hopefully those missing players have turned up now. Certainly somebody padded up to go in next, but they only had 8 players at the start of the game. So let's see whether Loz can get on the board. The board here at Oxford Downs, you have to actually get 6 wickets, which I think is a little bit harsh to get on the board. From how he's bowled this morning, he certainly deserves it. Like the batsman who came in as a left-hander because the field swaps round. Anybody like a shout out? Just give us a message on the chat. If you're in the car, Owens's, let us know how far you got. Guess you only left an hour and a bit ago, so you've still got a fair way to go. Straight at George, no run. Hey Ted. Yeah, good, thank you. I have, yes. If you'd like to have a look at the Wokingham score, we've got all the scores here. Chesham have lost 2 wickets. They were like 30 for no loss, but they're 33 for 2 now. And Slough coming on 63 for 3, and they've still got their main man in. They have.
Slough doesn't really matter, does it?
Well,
we can't catch Slough, can we?
We can if they lose both their games.
They'll lose them both with probably 8 points each. 16.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right. I haven't really thought about that too much.
Yeah. Because they're unlikely to lose it badly, even if they do lose it. So they'll be looking at us and think, oh bugger. Oh, this game could be over. Me meeting Ali Law here at 5 o'clock might not work, I don't think.
For your glass of wine?
Well, we were planning to, yes. After all the chat last week, it was quite amusing.
We convinced you to go and have a glass of wine in the end.
I didn't have one till about 6 o'clock. I was drinking coffee and tea.
You can grab a mic if you want to have a go on the mic. Do you want to go on the mic? There we go.
What do I have to do?
It's okay, I'll just turn you on.
Don't turn it on yet.
Well, they'll probably pick you up on this mic anyways, but if you want to unmute yourself, just press the red button just there. You kind of put it round, you don't need the cans on, just the microphone.
And what? And we chat, do we?
We can, yeah, and the viewers can hear us here.
Ooh, of course. So it's a bear situation.
It is a bear situation, yeah. As I'm sure you heard, Bear's not very well, so unfortunately he can't be with us. No. He's listening.
Who's this bowling?
Swings hard. It's Tommy Costley bowling.
Tom Costley, of course he is.
Got lots of strapping on his right knee, he has.
He's speaking into it now, or not?
Yes, yeah, I'm speaking into it now. Everybody can hear us. You don't need the cans on, you just put them round you like this. No, you put them like that. That's it. And then press your button. And then everybody can hear you, Ted. So welcome, Ted, to the mic.
It's good to be here. No abuse from Bear this week. Perhaps I should give him some.
Yeah, he says, I am. Listening.
Oh dear. Well, I promise.
So Ted can help me out with the fielding positions because I'm dreadful.
I promise to behave. It's a good looking shot.
Stopped by Luke Maslin's chest. It's got to hurt a little bit.
Luke Maslin, who's performed rather well the last few weeks.
Batted so well last week.
Very,
and the
very
week before.
sensible. Yeah, because the batting has not been strong this year.
No.
But the two chases, actually, we've actually done rather well. But as you say, Luke Maslin has held it together when at times we've lost a few quick wickets.
Looks like 4 byes there.
A wide delivery, slightly lazy bit of keeping possibly.
I think it kept low.
Did keep low, yeah.
Very unusual for Frankie to give away byes. So how's the wine business, Ted? All good?
Yes, all good. We just been interviewing someone for a driving job. Anyone else want a driving job? Please apply. We need 2 more drivers. Ooh,
Hey.
Well bowled.
Tommy Costley very pleased about that.
He tried to play. He played across the line there, trying to whip it through the leg side. I think it just flicked his pad, didn't it?
Yes, there was 2 noises there. Apparently Bear's not allowed any wine. No rosé today.
Is that right? Well, I don't know what's wrong with Bear, but I hear he's not very well. So whatever it is, Bear, get well soon. And glad to hear you're listening. It's very compelling. Last week I kept thinking, should I drive over to Amersham? But of course the weather was dreadful and the forecast was poor. And I just thought, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to drive all the way there and then it's going to be rained off. But I've ended up watching it nearly all day. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I did think I was going to turn up there and film rain for the majority of it, but we only literally got about 20 minutes, half an hour of rain. They did play in very light drizzle, which was fair play to the umpires.
Well, it is, because the umpires generally are very cautious, aren't they? And too cautious in my view in this league. You know, they sort of cite it's dangerous for the players. They could slip over and hurt themselves, which is a load of nonsense. But
both teams wanted to play. That's the other big thing.
yeah,
so they
but
both wanted
some
to get the
umpires
game.
though I'm afraid, do take it law right into their own hands and don't listen to the players. I'm afraid. But no, it's good that we got through that. Of course, the exciting bit was that I was under the impression it probably was going to rain at some point, and you had to get to 20 overs for start, which was fascinating because you were telling us exactly
Yeah,
what was
there
going
was
on
all
there.
the time.
Yeah, and of course we had to stay ahead of this run rate for the Duckworth Lewis, didn't we?
They seemed to lose a wicket every time they
I
had a bit
know.
in the bank.
Yeah.
The first wide of the match.
And I assume last week the players were totally aware of the Duckworth Lewis situation. I mean, sometimes the players actually aren't as aware as you expect them to be.
It was up on the scoreboard, so
yes.
you would hope they were looking at
And they're
that.
probably used to it and understanding it now, but
You just here on your own, Ted?
I am. Yes, I am. Meeting friends later, but as I was saying to you earlier, I think 5 o'clock meet. There won't be any cricket on by then. At least let's hope that's the case in the nicest way. 66 for
Well, even if
7 now.
even if Burnham are to set a low score, which it looks likely.
I can't see them getting much beyond 100, quite frankly.
The match will be over one way or the other. Either they'll bowl us out. Or
Yeah, I think the danger is, of course, is complacency and thinking, well, it's only 100 or 110 to get. Let's just go and have a bash, and then suddenly you're losing 3 or 4 wickets, and you've got to start concentrating again. Hopefully, the side is a bit more mature than that. And I believe that Chesham had lost a couple of wickets, didn't they? Let's have another look at the scores there.
it looks like India have lost a few as well by the look of it.
I heard that Pujara was out. I hadn't heard much since. Chesham 40 for 2 off 16, so not a great run rate.
See, Slough have lost another wicket, and Dan Lincoln amazingly is out.
Good lord! Yes, we could have done with him out in a few other games. Really? Okay. Well, that'll be interesting to see what they can do. But as I was saying to you earlier, I don't think Slough can be caught, can they? Because they're bound to get.
Let's have a quick look at that.
Have a look at the scoring. But they're going to get, say, 7 or 8 bonus points probably in each game were they to lose it. So that would take them to. No, they can't. They can't be.
They're
Well-
26 points ahead of us. So if we get 40 points, that puts on 283.
Oh, that's
and
so
they
16.
Yeah, 2
So
8.
they,
yeah.
I mean, if they,
They
go,
get 8
well,
points. Yeah.
Yeah, 8 points a game. I suppose
Yeah.
it is possible.
Yeah.
It is possible.
If they only get 5 or 6. I don't know quite how some of the 50 over games work out for the additional.
Well, that would be our
Points.
get out of jail card, wouldn't it? If we lost, mind you, if we lose, it
Yeah.
doesn't. It doesn't actually matter
No,
anyway. In
no.
fact, does it?
It's only in terms of who
Who
comes
c-
first.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. Are the Downs at full strength today?
Yes. Yeah, except for Tommy's injury, I guess. Yeah, these.
Judith Berriman's just arrived. Along with a very large bag. Not quite sure what's in that bag. If it was my bag, there'd be a bottle of wine and a couple of glasses in there, but I suspect it's a chair and a few other bits and pieces.
So what's your wine of choice so far this year, Ted? You've got a few, I would imagine.
I'm sort of firmly back in France these days, and having gone sort of, 30 years ago, I sort of loved Australian and New Zealand, South African wines. I mean, there's still some really nice wines there, but I tend to drink a lot of French wine, and I like unoaked Chardonnay. I like Loire Valley wines, a bit sort of leaner. The Cabernet Franc grape, particularly, I like. But there are all sorts of good value wines around. I tend not to spend more than 10 or 12 quid on a bottle of wine for my own consumption, generally. You can get an awful lot more for your wine at that price than at sort of $8.99.
Hopefully this time, next week, plus a few hours, we'll be opening a bottle of
Well,
champagne
with a
or
bit-
two.
Yeah, with a bit of luck. Well, I've got plenty of that at home in my cellar. I don't keep much wine in my cellar actually at home because my cellar is at the
It's a wine company.
up at the Oxford Wine Company, really. But I always keep champagne. I do rather enjoy champagne or English sparkling wine.
That's through the field for 4 runs.
That's a good shot. That's a very nice shot.
Morning.
Just behind square. Batsmen still seem to be playing their shots.
They certainly did that when they started earlier. They,
Well, I missed
they
the beginning, but I gather, yeah.
bashed it around quite a bit.
The trouble is they're already down, aren't they? So really, they've got nothing to lose. And I suspect they're probably a little short today as well. Tends to happen when the side is relegated. last game of the season. One or two lads are probably starting to play football or rugby or whatever it is.
Sorry, you got a very good picture of Tom Cosford's back there. Backside
Obscuring. That's another lovely shot.
for 4.
Another drive, but just behind square. A little late on the shot, but just nicely guided.
Ted's getting lots of pings saying, you on comms?
Yes, I'm getting a message here from my good friend Alistair Law, father of Johnny. Seemed to be saying that some old commentator blithering on about wide rather than the cricket.
So
Well, Ali, save me ringing you. I don't think there's going to be any cricket here at 5 o'clock when we're due to meet for our glass of wine or beer.
come
So
earlier.
we might have to rearrange, come earlier, or we'll meet elsewhere.
Yeah, these shortened games aren't good for bar takings.
No, that's true.
That's why I don't really understand why they start at 11. Start at 12. You definitely fit 50 overs comfortably in, 100 overs comfortably in if you start at 12.
Yeah, you probably could. But I suppose it gives a little bit more space for rain checks, rain stops and that sort of thing. He's bowling a very tight line, isn't he?
Needs to get that 6th wicket to get his name on the board. He's
Is that what it is? It's 6 wickets, is it?
It's a bit harsh. I think it's. He's got 10 balls to do it in. And there it is.
He's being given. And that's interesting because that looked from here as if it was going down the leg side. He shaped to play it down the leg side. So there's his 6th wicket
There it is.
on the board.
Name on the board. Well done, Loz.
And still a chance to improve on that even. As you say, this is what his 8th. This is his 9th over, is it?
Yeah, his 9th over.
9th over.
He's
So,
in his 9th over. He's got 9 balls now.
Yeah.
3 left of this one, and obviously 6 in his last. We're not playing 100 today. It's the sets, isn't it? It's not overs. They call them sets of 5 balls.
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started.
I went to one of the games. It was great fun. It was, and the kids really loved it. So and we got to see the ladies play, which was great.
Well, I think that's been the great success of the 100, hasn't it? The women playing in front of big crowds. Quality of cricket's been pretty good.
Yeah, the ladies'
I'm
game was
impressed.
great.
I did watch the finals last week actually. Neither of the most exciting games of cricket, but yeah. So the women's game tremendous. But surely there is not room for 2020?
Yeah,
and 100.
Yeah,
you
I
can't
think you're
have
right,
both
yeah.
tournaments. I mean,
and the
there are-
40 over game and the 3-day
Well,
game.
that's-
So.
But even is it a 50 over game actually, isn't it?
Sorry,
No,
yeah,
it's
50
a 50 over
yeah,
game.
that's right.
But I mean, you see, they played that on a final on a Thursday,
Yeah.
somewhere obscure, with only 5,000 people in the crowd. So what's the point of that competition, really? And if I was a sponsor of that competition, I think it's a London something, isn't it?
Yeah.
London something competition. I wouldn't be too happy. It seems to be just pushed into the background. County games in April when it's blinking freezing, and in September when there's a lot of dew around, and it's cold, can be cold.
There's an inside edge there, I think.
I
Between
mean, some of these county cricketers who aren't playing at international level are not getting any cricket. They're not selected for their. I imagine but for their county. I imagine they go back and play for their clubs. And in fact, George was telling me the other day that there are quite a few players that he's played against this season who have been appearing in some sort of 50 over game or whatever for an obscure county. And he says they're not great cricketers, some of them, but they're selected because of all the other games that are going on around them in the hundreds and 2020s. So I think they've got to look at this. They've got to look at it. I mean, maybe the answer is to make
Thanks
it.
very much. Never do that. Is the Burnham boys coming round?
The Burnham boys are a little bit worried that we're going to slate them on here, and not at all. There's been a very positive approach to your cricket. I'm sorry to hear you're going down. You'll be rebuilding for next year then?
We will be indeed.
Yeah. What's been the problem
COVID.
this year? COVID. Losing lots of players. Has that been the main problem? Has it? Yeah. I don't think we've suffered too badly from that. We've suffered from the weather.
Weather's
We've
been
lost a lot of
nightmare.
games.
We lost the 3 opening games,
Yeah.
and lots of other people played during those games
That's
as well.
right. So if Downs do go up, they actually, truly deserve it. To be fair,
Are the 2 going up from this?
two
Yeah.
go up. Yeah, yeah.
Chesham.
Chesham away next week, which Downs have to win to guarantee promotion.
Oh, yeah.
That was off the pad, I think. Dropped anyway. Yeah, so Wokingham are playing today at Chesham, and Chesham were 40 odd for 2, but going rather slowly. But strange old game.
44 for 4 now.
44 for 4, so I suggest that's over. It's a strange old game, as we all know, but
They were like
I
30 something for.
it's probably following the form book.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. Oh well, good luck next year, guys.
Thank you.
Didn't hear that conversation that a lot of the Burnham boys were saying that their teams got very badly hit with COVID early season, and they rather lost momentum at the beginning. Hard to recover.
It's like wins breed wins and losses breed losses, don't they? They tend to in any sport.
That is absolutely true. Yeah, confidence is a huge thing, isn't it? As well. I have to say, the last few years, there's been much more consistency about the cricket played. And the standard has got. Oh, he's been put down. Cosford put him down at first slip.
6 for Loz, yeah. Two. Matt Warner got 1, and actually I will quickly put up the scoreboard. I'm being asked the score here. Who got what wickets? And Tommy Costy got the other.
You see Bairstow's catch yesterday?
I didn't know.
Oh, another one just fell short of the bowler for caught and bowled.
Did get down very well then, considering how much strapping he's got on his knee.
Now Bairstow took his second slip, took it left-handed second slip. It's almost going across first slip, and the ball was really travelling. He took it almost behind him. Hell of a catch for a guy who's often has gloves on. Now I suspect that if we do get them out for under 100, and it's looking that way, that Tom Cosford will
Oh, he'll tee off.
probably try
Yeah.
and score all the runs in the first 5 overs.
Yeah, we could see some fireworks. That's for certain. He'll certainly have a go. He'll be sent
I
in.
think some of his batting has been a little irresponsible the last few weeks, if you want my opinion, the way he's approached it. I suppose the theory last week was that we needed to get as many runs on the board as fast as possible
Yeah.
because of the Duckworth-Lewis.
Duckworth-Lewis, yeah. You
So
want
I
to
could
be ahead.
understand the sort of thought that might have gone behind that. But
Yes, this is Loz's 10th and final over. Batsman lost his balance a bit there. It's interesting. So if he would have fallen over and fallen on his stumps, would the wicket be attributed to the bowler? I guess not.
Hit wicket? Yes, it would have been hit wicket
Hit
to
wicket.
the bowler. It would have been attributed to the
Okay.
bowler. Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, a run out not attributed to the bowler, but
Just consistently plugging away, isn't he? Just moving it just slightly across the right hander. But middle, starting off at middle and leg.
up to 23 viewers. Welcome everybody. Those just tuning in. Oxford Downs one on top of this game at the moment. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. I'm looking to get up to that elusive 1,000 subscribers. I know it's a long way off. I'm only at 240 odd. But please subscribe. You will get then, if you click the bell as well, you'll get alerts when we go live next week. Just trying to get as many subscribers as possible, because once you get to 1,000 subscribers, you can do something called monetizing the channel, which means that we would be able to earn, although very small amount of revenue off the channel. The watch hours is really good, which is the number of how long people stay watching. It's just the number of subscribers I need to get up. That's my plug over and done. I might do another plug at the end of the match. You subscribed, haven't you, Ted?
I'm not sure if I have or not. Do I know how to?
That's the thing.
Is it easy?
It is, yeah. And then you get an alert on
I
your phone when we go
I
live.
usually need help with most things on a computer. grab a 5-year-old, ask him to tell me how it works.
I'm at that stage sometimes.
Well, what I can say is I think the channel is excellent. It's wonderful to be able to watch the cricket. It's a great innovation, and it's wonderful if you're caught in work or abroad and you can just
because you were
click on it. It's
watching overseas.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Makes that relax on the beach, that extra special time with that glass of wine with the sea rolling in.
Hasn't been too much of that this year.
So I'll just get those final figures for Loz. Loz, it's 10 overs, 2 maidens, 6 wickets for 21 runs.
That's tremendous performance, isn't it? 6 for 21. So he's only conceded a quarter of the runs, roughly, from his end. Most of the runs coming from the, what do you call that end? The church, the chapel end.
Yeah.
The chapel end. And this end is called
The house end,
the
or
housing estate end.
yeah, my house end, or car park end. I think somebody did say the river end, or the
river end. Well, I suppose the Thames is about a mile away, isn't it? Right, come on, Captain Tom.
So Bear just confirming that would be attributed to the bowler, which is exactly what Ted said. I don't think I've seen it here where somebody's hit wicket. Certainly not in a Saturday game. In a junior game I've seen it.
Of course, in the old days when you used to wear caps, sometimes a cap would fall off and hit the stumps, and if you're hooking or something, that. Well, the cap was ill-fitting, and a little light wind would blow it off.
Imagine that hitting a 6
Well,
for
that
a
I think
hook,
also,
and then the cap falling off.
is out. I think cap it with. Nowadays, of course, with the helmets, that probably doesn't apply. That's a better length.
So what would happen
straighter
if it hit the helmet and a part of the helmet came flying off due to the impact, and then that goes on and hits the stumps?
Well, I suspect that's out, but maybe someone could confirm that.
So Update from the cricket, 254 for 7.
Probably bare.
Yeah. Well fielded by Freddie Smith there.
I was interested last week. You were talking about the most number of runs scored off one ball.
Oh yes,
you remember that?
yeah.
And I mean, the answer was extraordinary. What did I think it was 268 or something,
Yeah.
286 or 268, and that is true. A ball. This is back in the sort of 1800s in Australia. A ball got stuck in a tree, and the batsman ran 3.5 miles. And that law, I'm sure, has been changed now. It's impossible. I suppose, really, realistically, the most you can probably, score off one delivery is
7.
it's about 7, isn't it?
Yeah.
You
Run 3 and then an
run
overthrow
3,
for
I
4.
suppose you could be running a fourth if it's hit a long way, but then if the ball is being thrown in, I suppose a second fielder might pick it up and hurl it. But you wouldn't throw overthrows from one boundary to another unless somebody intervened, I'd suspect. So yes, 7 would be really the maximum.
Well, I guess you get a no ball and a 6. That would be 7 as well.
Yes, that not attributed to the batsman, though, is it? Only the 6 to the batsman. The no ball doesn't go to the batsman, does it?
Okay, yeah. Well,
Stop and think about these things when you've got a mic on.
the actual no balls in this game are actually 2 runs as well.
Yes,
Front foot no
I've
ball.
forgotten that. Do you get a free hit as well?
You do get a free hit as well.
Yeah.
Very costly.
Yes, I'm not used to all these new laws for different games.
So Prav into the attack.
He's still a pretty young lad, isn't he?
Yeah, it's 20. I don't even know whether
Is he
he's 20 yet.
Well, he's wearing,
19,
he's
20.
wearing 18 on his back. Perhaps he's 18.
Definitely gained a little bit of pace this year. He is quick.
Hits the pad, first ball, slightly down the leg side. Right, he's been playing county cricket this year, Prav?
Yes, he's playing for Oxfordshire.
For Oxfordshire?
Yeah.
It's a policy within Oxfordshire of trying to pick quite a lot of young players.
So Bear just coming in. Roy Fredericks famously hooked a ball out of the ground and trod on his stumps in the 75 World Cup.
Right. Who's saying that?
Bear.
Bear. No doubt if we got anything wrong, we'll be informed by his lordship.
Rich Grover could get 8, run 3, then 5 penalty runs. Yeah, I guess if it's hit the helmet, yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, like that one.
Yeah, that's a modern thing, of course.
I think that's the only thing you get 5 penalty runs for is hit the helmet. It's off his legs,
I
think.
suppose the actual
4 runs.
that's a nice little flick off, slightly awkwardly fielded back down there. I suppose technically you could go on, having continuous overthrows. So the answer is there's probably no limit on a number of you can actually have, but I mean, of course, that would never happen in reality.
I've seen 2 lots of overthrows in the junior game. It's like the
Yeah.
Keystone Cops, they panic and throw it in at full speed.
Well, interesting enough, in declaration cricket, because which very few people play these days, but in the old days before leagues, you had a game of cricket and you declared at a certain point, and you still do in a lot of amateur cricket. You often, I've seen situations where a captain has fed the opposition runs either by burning no balls or by overthrows to get them up with a scoring rate with a chance of winning the game, so in fact they can win it
Oh, I
themselves.
see that well.
That's a lovely shot and brilliantly fielded. Who is that?
Will.
Will Watts.
Yeah.
Superb sliding pick up and throw back to the keeper.
Great shot for 1 run. Field changes over for the left. No, that was the left-hander. This is right-hander.
Yeah, a little bit of a rally. 82 now for 8. I still think they're going to struggle to get 100.
And Perhaps first over. 5 runs from it. Brings the score on to 82 for 8.
Didn't generate a lot of pace in that over.
No. Let's have a quick look at the other scores. That's Chesham, after
Chesham,
being 30 odd for
49 for 5.
Yeah.
It's a familiar story, isn't it? I'm afraid. Yeah. So who have Wokingham got next week?
That's a good question. Who have Wokingham got next week?
I mean, we shouldn't ever worry about them.
I think they've got Horsepath.
Well, you see, that could be interesting. Is it at Horsepath?
Yes, I
Hang on, what are we
Must
missing?
be.
That's next week.
that's first
that's
division.
the first division, isn't it? Yeah. So Wokingham are away at Horsepath next week. I mean, they just could be, you know, could. And they're a nice, on the whole, a nice crowd up at Horsepath.
Good price beer there. That's going to be 4 runs.
Yes, well chosen and well priced. That's 4 off the thick edge.
Still get a pint of Guinness for less than £4 there,
Well,
which is cracking.
I went to watch Gloucester play rugby with, I think I was with Ali Law as well, and a couple of other friends, and I asked for 4 pints at the bar and got change for a tenner.
Wow.
£2.49 a pint in a bar in central Gloucester. Now I think it was a pre-rugby promotion, but nevertheless, it's been a long time since that's happened. Another time, I think, did that was at the Royal Military College of Science at Shrivenham, you know, RMCS at Shrivenham, where if you play rugby against them, you go to their bar, which of course is tax-free. So, you know, you only need to carry a fiver on you. You can order a whole round of drinks, sort of gin and tonics at sort of 35p or something. It's absolutely crazy.
TC in.
That's a nice shot, but straight to the fielder.
Right left-handed combination, keeping the field fit.
Still seems to be plenty of energy out there.
Uh-oh.
Steady, steady. Oh, Tom had a shy at the stumps there, and I think if he'd hit, would have been out. Also, danger of 4 overthrows there. I don't think that would have mattered.
So Bob Boucher has just confirmed to answer the batsman is out if he or any part of his equipment dislodges a bail whilst he receives the ball. So yes.
Yeah,
That
so
would
you've
include
actually got-
helmet.
Yes, you've actually got to dislodge the bail, of course. I've kept wicket a lot over the years, and there have been a number of times when you're convinced the batsman has hit it, been given not out, and you know, in fact, it's hit the stump, but
Yeah,
the bail has not
yeah,
come off.
or
Sometimes
jumped
the
up.
bail has just jumped slightly,
Yeah,
not fallen
yeah.
off. Just a very, very delicate little touch.
We had one in the T20 here this year, and there was quite a noise, and I was
Yeah.
thinking that must have been edge, but
Yeah.
no, all the players saying
Yeah.
no, it actually hit the stumps, but.
Bit of a wind getting up here. Trees beginning to rustle behind us.
The camera moves a little bit, unfortunately. Not a very solid tripod.
Where is the camera then? Oh, it's hit just here, right. That It's a good attacking shot for only one. Bounced before Will Watts.
Yeah, I did think when he first hit that, it was straight down Will Watts' throat, but
Yeah,
it was one bounce.
Yeah.
88 for 8.
Although I missed the beginning, they've actually played one or two rather nice shots.
They did at the beginning.
They've looked like decent players, but there's no doubt that some people with so much, 2020 cricket around, find it very hard to build an innings. And I've seen it so much over the years. Players who come in early on and look really classy, but just try and, chase one that's too wide or try and hook a ball that's not quite there for hooking, and they want to be too aggressive early on instead of just taking wearing the bowlers down, taking the shine off the new ball and building an innings. Because really, you're still in 50 over cricket. You need someone who's going to bat the whole way through.
Yeah. Absolutely agree.
Even if that person just ends up with sort of 80 odd or 50 overs, just holding one end up, it gives plenty of room the other end for slightly more attacking approach. But they don't like getting bogged down early on. They seem to want to dominate from the beginning. You always find that runs do come. You stay in the middle, runs will come. So good delivery. Got him driving outside the off stump. It went away from him a little bit in the air.
Wow, it looks like there's rain at Harefield.
Is Harefield anywhere near Wokingham? We could do with some rain at Wokingham. We could do with a downpour at Wokingham.
Yeah, I don't. Do you know what? I have no idea. It's Middlesex, Harefield.
I'm not quite sure where Harefield is. I know where Wokingham is. Just off the M4, isn't it?
Yep. Wasn't too far away from Amersham last week.
No, that's right. Slough 118 for 5 against Wargrave. But I think we've suggested that it's very unlikely that Slough aren't going to win the league. Even if they lose, they'll pick up points. It is technically possible, but they'll go up whatever happens. I think they've already
they're guaranteed because
promotion.
They
could.
Wokingham definitely
a sort
can't
of quirk
catch
of
them.
results. They could come second to us, I think, rather than to Wokingham.
Yeah, Wokingham are 5 points behind, so that definitely will give them.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's going to worry too much whether they win or lose. Oh, right.
Gus couldn't quite get hold of that. A little bit of confusion from the batsman, Gus.
If he'd managed to pick that up first time, I think the batsman would have been in real trouble.
Yeah, particularly to the
they always say never run off a missed field, don't they?
particularly to the keeper's end. Packed offside field here.
It is. It's a 7-2 field.
That is the most number of players you can have on one side, isn't it?
No. There's no.
Is there?
Well, I don't know. No, I don't think. I mean, this of course has slightly different rules than
I thought
some
there
of the
was a
cricket
limit.
but I don't think there is. I've captained sides before when I've had a 9-0 field. Had everybody on the offside.
You've got to make sure your bowler doesn't stray down to the leg side
Well,
then.
there was a cricket I used to play
It's gone for
against
4 runs, by the way.
many years ago called Chris Bazalgette, a strange character who is just alive still, and he used to bowl for the Hampshire Hogs, and he's played for me a few times, and he would trundle in with a sort of gammy leg and just drift the ball, just bowl very gentle, very obvious outswingers, but he always sort of started on off stump and ended up wide. So there was absolutely no point having anybody on the leg side. But just every round that he dropped one short and then that was it, hit for 4. But I once had a field of 9, it was slightly deliberate for a bit of fun, had 9 on the one side. Deep covers and short covers. And
So
wide
Bob says
mid
no
mid-offs.
more than 5 on the leg side.
right is okay.
I guess that's just in the 50 over game.
In this 50 over game. Of course, in proper cricket, 5-day Test match cricket, you certainly can't have 3 behind square on the leg side. Many umpire has missed that over the years because I think it's a square leg umpire's call. 3 people behind square on the leg side, so 2 short legs and a fine leg is not allowed if they're behind square.
Oh,
Almost played on there.
off the bottom of the bat. He hit
Yeah,
that quite
that was
well, didn't he? And it still
was
spun underneath the bat.
A Yorker, that's right. That made his hands tingle a bit, I think.
Shudder down the bat. Just put up the scorecard just in case you just joined us. I think that is drinks actually. Yeah, this pair doing quite well. I don't know what the current partnership is. Let's have a quick look. 19 off 45 balls.
Little drinks break.
And you want to mute yourself there, Ted? Just, that's it. Yeah, okay. Thanks very much for that, Ted, for joining me in the commentary position.
Quite enjoyed it.
I don't know what they are. They are.
They look slightly broken, I don't know.
I think they're for the netting.
I might come back if I'm allowed to.
Yeah, sure, absolutely, Ted. Thank you.
So that I'm waffling on too much.
No. It's
I quite enjoy it.
yeah. Come on, yeah, definitely. Yeah,
I used to realise how difficult it is, isn't it? You've got to be very careful what you say.
you've got to be careful.
Be clear of your thoughts.
Yep. I just I try and don't say a lot sometimes. I just let the game do this talking. I'm just going to put the mic down for a second, everybody. So the players coming back out. Hello, Mr. Coates, as well. I just seen your name pop up on the chat. Hope you're having a good holiday. I did get that thing working in the end, the remote camera, which I'm hopeful to use later with Paul, assuming we have enough time for that.
Which way around is it?
Just like that. That's it. Yeah. Ted's back on comms as well.
Well, I was just having a chat during that break with Lord Ted, not of course Ted Dexter, who sadly died yesterday, but Ted Heap, and we were just talking about Chesham and the league table. He says they're too good a side to go down. I think they're in a precarious position, aren't they, Chesham? Could you look at the table?
Yeah, they will definitely.
The point being, if we're playing Chesham next week and they need to win to stay up, it's going to put more pressure on us.
It does depend on how Wargrave and Harefield get on.
Let's have a look at. Oh well, Wargrave.
You would have thought Slough.
Well, Slough Wargrave. Yeah, that's interesting. Slough 120 for 5. They seem to have a habit of getting up to 200 Slough somehow, but they say their main batter is out. So yeah, look at the table again. So
And Harefield are caught in
One,
this
two.
as well.
it is quite tight, isn't it? Yeah.
Harefield have got Horsepath today, and Horsepath have started well, but it's raining there, amazingly. Didn't think there was any rain forecast anywhere in the country today, really.
No, so I suspect that
Where's it raining?
they'll just reduce the
Harefield
number of
in
overs.
Middlesex, apparently.
Oh, really?
Oh no, they're back playing again. It's the rain icon has disappeared.
But really, we want Chesham to be safe, don't we?
Yes, and that's
So
just-
before the game next
4
week,
runs.
or only have to pick up a few bonus points, because if they need to win to survive, then I think our task is going to be made a lot harder.
It's actually gone over into the trees, so they're going to have to search for the ball.
That was a nice shot.
It was, yeah, these pair doing
They're,
well.
they're creeping up. They're creeping up. 97 for 8. We don't want them to. I predicted they wouldn't get to 100, but they're actually batting quite sensibly.
I think I was following a game that they were playing earlier in the season. Again, I think it was against Wokingham. And there was certainly a pair down the order who batted in the time game to bat out for a draw. And they were literally had to survive like 25 overs or something like that. The last pair did. And they managed to survive that 25 overs.
Really? Well, they certainly don't look as bad a side as their record suggests this year. As I was saying earlier, they've been affected by COVID a little bit, but then I suppose most teams have probably been affected by COVID as well.
Yeah, we've had our fair share, so. So Bear saying Arsenal already, he's got TVs everywhere he must have, so he's got this cricket on, the test match on, and Arsenal playing.
And that'll be their third loss in a row, won't it, in league? Although they score 6 or 8 goals midweek against somebody.
Against West Brom, I think it was,
Was
in,
it
the,
in the cup,
in
the
the cup.
Carabao, what do they call it, cup or something? That's not out. That's not out. Now the appeal was initially for LBW. Then I think they think he might have got an inside edge on that, and he was caught.
So has he been given?
I don't think he has been given. No,
I don't know where the umpire's going now. I was going to square leg.
he's just going to square leg.
It's the end of the over.
Well, that's strange because the initial appeal was for LBW,
Yeah.
which quite clearly from here was not out. I think it was a little bit high and possibly a bit wide. And so presumably the bowlers all thought it hit the pad. So then they're
the bat.
appealing. Hit the pad for their initial appeal for
Yeah,
LBW.
yeah, for sure.
Then maybe they rethought it and thought maybe he got an inside edge. I would imagine the right decision's been made there.
So Tom Cosford into the attack.
So
Bit of spin.
Spin.
So Arsenal 2 down. Would be nice to see Arsenal go down. I don't know why that is, Bear. I'm
Arsenal
sorry
2
saying
down.
that, but they've always got this record. Oh, we've never been relegated. I think a team, has to be relegated occasionally. Even the mighty Oxford gets relegated frequently, actually.
Oh, they're both one end. It's a run out. Poor running.
Yes.
Poor running. The non-striker charged down, and the other guy didn't move.
Maybe your prediction might come true here.
Under 100. Well, that was very foolish batting. He made no effort to get back. Didn't even put the fielder under
I
any
know.
pressure.
Yeah, he just looked at one
Because-
another, didn't they?
That's right. Because at least if you sprint back, you put a bit of pressure on the bowler to make sure he sorry, the fielder, to make sure he gets it back to the bowler, you know, at a certain pace.
Apparently England have already won. Wow.
Sorry?
England have won the cricket.
You are joking. I haven't paid any attention to the cricket at all.
Guess they didn't force England to bat, I'm
No
guessing.
Test cricket.
Yep, innings victory.
Good God. So who took all the wickets this morning then? Anderson, Robinson.
Robinson got 5 by the look of it. And Overton.
Yeah. Bowls very straight, doesn't he, Robinson?
Yeah.
He did, you know, reminds me of McGrath, just putting it on the spot time and time again. Gets a bit of bounce. Almost another run out there. Non-striker seems to have a penchant for charging down the wicket. .98 for 9. Scoreboard says 8. That's a nicely steered shot down to deep cover.
.999.
99 for 9. Well, we've got to chase 100 anyway.
Yeah, that's very true, yes.
That's one way of putting it. Quicker delivery, which fooled the batsman, but it hit his pad and I think was just going down the leg side.
You haven't seen any George spin, or lack of spin, this
Well,
campaign so far?
George's bowling sort of survived 1 year, didn't it? I
He
think
took lots of wickets.
He took lots of wickets with a lot of rubbish. Quite extraordinary, really. Just by varying it so much, I think it, you know.
Yeah, you'll have fast, slow, up, quick. What he did do was get through overs so quickly.
Yeah, and there were times when that was
Yeah.
extremely useful, actually. Yeah. Only he bowled some decent deliveries, but I mean it wasn't really great, and I haven't seen him bowl that at all this season. I have seen him bowl a little bit of medium pace on a.
Yeah, I've seen him in the nets bowling a bit of pace.
Well,
He was all right.
He opened the bowling for the Free Foresters down on our Devon tour when we were short of bowling, and he actually bowled extremely well. He bowled a very good line with a lot of bounce. So I think, you know, it's sort of medium pace.
Prav back in. Stretch that.
There's the 100, and they just take the single. Gentle ripple of applause around the ground as they reach their 100. Now, if the innings is closed shortly, i.e. we get the last wicket, do they come straight back out again, or do they have, is lunch a
No,
fixed time?
they will have an innings
have
break
their
of 40
break.
minutes.
Right. So it's not it's a between innings rather than a timed thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Chesham has stabilised a little bit. 62 for 5 though.
I think it's really, you know, you need 150 on the board to give yourself a chance, don't you? Really, in any game, generally.
Except for the horsepath game.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, there are exceptions, but you know, I mean, if Chesham are bowled out for 100 odd, then I don't think Woking are going to find it too difficult. But at 150, there's a chance. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, who'd have expected England to beat India so quickly this morning?
Yeah, that was one of the most remarkable games here I've ever seen, the Oxford Downs horsepath game.
Remind me.
Well, we bowled out for 78, and I was very depressed at the point when we got bowled out for 78, but I think we bowled them out for 32, wasn't it?
Actually, that's right. Yes, I wasn't here. Rather wish I had been.
Just, they look like rabbits in headlights. They did. Well, we did a bit as well. Only Tommy Cosford made any runs. Both umpires came off, said the pitch didn't play that badly. Just some great bowling and some really
some poor
awful
batting. Yeah. Well, it just goes to show, doesn't it? Yeah, maybe you are right. Maybe we'll see a surprise at Wokingham today.
Fingers crossed it's not here. One from that over. 27 overs gone. 100 for 9.
See, again, only 27 overs bowled. They're at 100 after 27 overs. I mean, really, although I missed the beginning of this game, from what I gather, they went for it right from the start. And you really need to use your 50 overs.
Oh, yeah, bat the overs.
You
Rule
really
number
need to
one, bat your overs.
Bat the overs, that's right.
Even if you only, runs will come just through extras and...
Of course, in the other format, you would get the overs, wouldn't you? That if you bowl them out before their allotted overs, you get the overs, but not, of course, in this 50 over format. So there's no advantage to the fielding side here. It's a nice stroke, I think. Oh, they're going for 2, and he's run out. That, again, is appalling running. Appalling running. He looked very slow.
Yeah, he just looked
heavy,
slow. There was 2
awkward
runs
anywhere.
there. There was 2 runs there.
There were 2 runs if the first run had been taken very quickly, but he's not a fast runner. He's a slight individual, but he didn't scamper down that ground very well.
So
that's very poor.
Burnham all out for I think 101. They get the run before the run out, don't they?
They'll get the first run.
Yeah,
so it's 101.
Scoreboard hasn't updated yet.
But really, that's a very, very poor finish from Burnham. And a lot of the batters have looked quite good, but they just batted very, very irresponsibly. What we've now got to do is just have a little chat, which they've done. I think
Helen's closed the innings off at 100. Let me just go and double check with her. She did say go and double check.
Well, they crossed on the second run, so I would have thought that's okay. Matt's just gone to the scorer, to Helen, to have a little word. We'll sign off now. Well, there's a break between the innings.
So sorry about that. I just ran over and just checked with Helen because she's scoring on her own, and she did say if I notice anything. And so the reason why they didn't get that extra run at the end is because the first run was short. So they are bowled out for 100. They've decided on a 10-minute innings break. So I did think they were going to have the full 40 minutes, but they've agreed amongst themselves. Not seen that before, so they're just going to have a quick 10 minutes, and Burnham will go back out and field. So if you want to see some cricket here, I suggest you get here sooner rather than later, because one way or another it will be over by 3 o'clock. If Tom Cosford gets going, could be a lot sooner than that. So I'll just put up the final scoreboard. While the boys are sweeping the wicket. Top scorer there, F. Khan with 27. Miles Brock getting those 6 wickets, so he gets his name up on the board. Tom Costley chipping in with 1, and Matt Warner chipping in with the other, and a couple of run-outs. As Ted said, it's wasn't the best running. So I'm just going to have a quick break here. I'll shout out to our sponsors. ADS Creative Solutions, today's match day sponsor. And I'll be back with you in about 10 minutes.
Shame you're in the shade here, isn't it?
Mic at any time, yeah.
Matt enjoying a bun, which was brought over by his wife. I think the wasps are enjoying it as well, aren't they? What have you got in there? Bit of egg,
No, it looks like
cheese and lettuce, or
I think it's chicken, coronation chicken.
right? Well, Right, Will Watts and Tom Cosford. Will Watts has played some good innings in the last few months. Last month in particular. Perhaps hasn't built on good starts. Tom Cosford, of course, will want to hit everything out of the ground, I suspect. Chasing 100, 101 to win. This ought to be fairly straightforward, but that could be the kiss of death.
Well, one thing I know, it's not going to last that long. We're looking probably an hour and a half tops.
I think you might be right. You might be right. The thing is, if we lose early wickets, though, it'll put a bit of pressure on the
Oh, it
middle
does,
order,
yeah.
and they will probably be restricted in their shots. Little gentle outswing. Not a great deal of pace. He's already, after the first ball, moved fine leg across into cover. He's got 2 slips and a gully. Oh, in fact, he's moved him all the way to the cover boundary. So they put a sweeper in right from the start. That was a very, very wide delivery. It seems to me that's rather a negative approach from the fielding side. I mean, surely when you're only defending 100,
You got to go.
you want to go and get wickets early. And with a little bit of outswing, I'd have put a second gully in rather than move someone back on the boundary there.
Will always knows where his stumps are very well. Always has a quality leave. So I think some of the games in the seconds, thirds and fourths will have kicked off. If you've got any scores from those games, let us know. I don't think Paul has set off on his little journey round the grounds yet. Oh, he's not.
What is the situation
is here
with
still.
the seconds, thirds and fourths?
So the
I haven't
seconds
looked this
have a
week.
little bit of a risk of relegation. Let's hope not, because that'll be a big gap between, well, assuming the first do get promoted, that would be quite a big gap down to the seconds.
They're in Division 2,
Two,
aren't they?
yeah. Then Will plays that off his legs. Cut off at square leg. The threes won last week, which doesn't 100% guarantee them safety, but virtually does.
Right, good.
And the fours do have a chance of promotion. So,
Right. In their first season.
yes, yeah, it would be very good.
Ooh, that was an extremely good delivery. Having moved everything away from the right-hander,
Yeah, moving in.
that moved in.
Yeah.
So he can move it both ways, and that completely took Will Watts by surprise. He played all round it, and it just missed leg stump.
Went through the gate, didn't it?
Yeah.
I think it
I think
did.
it might have flicked something on the way through as well. So how many divisions are there now? I mean,
Oh,
it
there's a
seems to be
huge
that-
number
well,
now
there
in
are.
the,
There's, I noticed there's sort of Division 5 A, B, and C, and how many leagues are there?
Division 1 is on its own, Division 2 is on its own, and Division 3 is on its own, and then it kind of goes out like a fan, it does below that, and I'm not quite certain how many are each.
And this is because the two
Leagues merged, yeah.
yes, which did make sense.
So we are currently in 2, 6,
So there must
A
be
and
about 20.
8D or 8C,
There must
something
be
like
about
that.
20 teams in this league, in effect. So how does it work if you're 5 A, B, and C? Do the winners of each of those go up?
Yes,
or,
that's kind of like, it goes down from 2, I think there's 4, well, I'll try and find it on here somewhere.
there must be more sides getting promoted.
That's right. Yeah, there's more sides. Well, sides gets relegated from the higher divisions, which because obviously there's more
So
feeder leagues into
in
those.
the divisions 1 and 2, is it 1 up, 1 down, or 2 up, 2 down?
There you go. That's how it's done.
Crikey.
So 1, 2, and 3 on their own, and then 4A and 4B. There's 2, and then 5, 6, 7, and 8. There's 3 leagues in each one, and they're kind of done based on location. Looks like Burnham are going to
So
open with
you've got
spin here.
there's 17 sides, in fact.
Tommy has got that
Starting
through.
the spin, hit wide of mid-off for 4.
I think Tom stating what he's doing.
Poor ball. I think we need to keep our eye on the game because a funny feeling we could be peppered shortly. If he pitches one up, it's going to go, isn't it?
Yes.
That's a better delivery. Burning left arm orthodox, spinning it away from the right-hander. That's just a single this time, Tom. No, they're either short of burning or this is a tactic. He's a very big lad, isn't he? See him walking down the pitch,
Tom.
Compared
can hit a
with,
ball.
with Will.
He can hit a ball. Yeah, there's no mistaking them when they're both
No,
at the.
there's plenty of beef behind his shots.
Not. I've seen him hit some big sixes here. Not quite the biggest 6 I've ever seen here. I think Wes holds the record for the biggest 6 I've
Does
ever
he?
seen here.
Yeah.
In the early days of me watching.
Oh, I think George Sandbach has hit
Is it a couple
few
of
big
biggest? Yeah.
sixes, isn't he?
Wes is the only one I've known put it in my back garden.
In your back garden.
Yes.
Crikey. Yeah, that is a big hit. What's happened to
Off the
Wes?
roof. I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know.
He's not playing cricket anymore then.
Not here. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, he was very much part of the club, wasn't he, for a long time. I'm not down here enough these days to know who turns up and who doesn't and who's playing for what side. But
One thing is we've got the 4 teams out and we've had no shortage of players. Not 1 week have we been phoning
that's-
around desperately to try and get players to play.
That's
So
quite incredible. Quite incredible.
So it was the right decision to bring that fourth team in to give some of the youngsters a chance of
It would just be
Saturday.
lovely if they could find a
another ground. Yes,
ground just across the road.
yes,
I
that
mean,
would be beautiful.
obviously something that when I was involved down here we looked at.
Don't think anybody would be willing to sell any land, is it?
Well, I just want someone who's prepared to give up a little bit of space, you know. It's only the square that's the thing that you need to keep animals off. I mean, you know, if the animals roamed the outfield in the winter, it wouldn't be too bad probably for a third or fourth team pitch, as long as the main square was good. You just want somebody, a sympathetic local farmer. Here is a plea for sympathetic
Hookie, you
local
listening?
farmers.
He
Oh.
does a lot for the club.
He does an awful lot for the club. We need someone, a bit of land really very, very close. Because it would be nice if then the teams could come back and spend money at the bar just by walking across from a field. But I suppose with four sides, it's no different from three. You have you're 2 sides away, 2 sides at home, and the second pitch is still Cokethorpe until this stage of the season when they put up their rugby posts and let the grass grow. And
That's
we
right.
had to use Great Chew, is that right?
Yes, that's where the thirds are today at Great Chew. I think it helps, you know, the ground at
Is that
at the
because
school is
Chew?
beautiful.
No, it's lovely ground. Is that because Chew are not running that many sides these days?
Yes, they lost a side.
Yeah.
So that gives us the
Course.
opportunity to use their second ground. It gives them a bit of revenue as well.
Well, I remember they used to. I've played there for the sort of, you know, one of the junior sides, the thirds, I think, when they were short, a few years ago. Yeah, nice little ground. But Chew's at sort of how the mighty have fallen, really, isn't it? Because I mean, they were a very dominant side for a short time, and suddenly seemed just to disappear. They
Yeah.
request to be put in the lower division.
I think so. Yeah, I
They're-
don't really know what went on there, but
Well, they must have lost a lot of players at once because they were very strong and they were attracting a lot of players. I think there were a whole lot of them who were all friends, and they enjoyed some very successful seasons. I mean, they got into the is it this division or the one above it? I think it might have even been the one above, the top division.
and they played at Lords in the
Oh yes,
Village
indeed.
knockout.
Yeah. I heard last night that George is playing at Lords in about 10 days. He played for an MCC, home counties MCC side yesterday in a tournament down in Salisbury, or near Salisbury, South Wilts Cricket Club, and they won. And the winning teams of all 4 competitions end up at Lords. So he's going to fulfil a dream, I think.
very proud dad there on the day. Will there be?
I shall definitely be there. There won't be many, but I'm sure he'll enjoy it. They'll probably play on one of the really side pitches. But if it's a 2020, they can't be too close to the boundary line. So it's a 4-team competition.
Steady start here. Not quite how Burnham went off in the first 3 overs. I think they had 20 on the board, 20 odd on the board already. Sensible cricket. Had a couple of chances though where we'll playing a little bit of a charm life. Cost of winding up now probably in his own
I
head.
think
Where am I going to
I'm
hit
sure
this?
everyone concentrates and watches the ball now. Left arm spinner. Oh, well, he resisted the temptation. I thought that was probably there.
Looks quite young, this number 15. Dissects the field as the 4 runs.
That's very well placed. Plenty of time, just swayed back, picked his spot. Ball along the ground. Something you don't normally attribute to Tom.
He's gone aerial.
I suspect there'll be one all in the air shortly. But those are two very nice shots. I brought in an extra fielder at cover to try and cut off the angle there. Quite deep. There we go. There we go. Straight crash bang, which you would have heard
into the
sight screen. Well, as I said, there'd be one along the floor and then one in the air. Ooh, that kept low. Wide of the off stump. And a bye.
I think Helen on the score here might have missed the 4 previous to the 6, so I'm just going to run across, and she's got the scoreboard in the corner of the ground correctly on 18 runs, but the electronic score is she's just correcting it now. Yes, she's just correcting it now. She got it.
Now, can you tell me the scorers in the other game? Do you think it's time we looked?
I don't. Sorry. The home counties games I can tell you. Chesham 94 for 7.
94 for 7. So.
Okay, so from the 4s, Stanton Harcourt were 20 for 3 from 7. Weta has all 3. When are you due to go? Paul, the Badger Fowler is here. When's he due to go?
Hit the road shortly.
That's a nice shot from Will Watts. Ball just got up a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
He kept it
Just
down well.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have stood there.
And,
Okay, yeah.
deep point. Just for a single.
So we're going to try out some new technology today. That's what we're going to use later for the roving
nice.
reporter.
Wow. Oh, that's the in-swinger he's bowled again. So he definitely has the ability to move it both ways.
I'll go to Stanton Harcourt first. I don't know if I'll make it to Great Chew. To see how much.
Well, also the fact that you might run out of game here.
Well, that's the thing, because if the game's over, you're not going to sit here.
No.
And I can't really stand there for the next 4 hours.
That's the outswinger.
We might just do Stanton for this rate.
Let's try it.
Right, cool.
We're joined here by Nick Rivet,
How's your finger, Nick?
who's
All good, thank you.
offering his opinion on various on the bowling.
It's okay. Hopefully the pink ball won't swing for long.
Well, he knows more about it than I do. Apparently the pink ball will not swing for long. But he is moving it both ways, isn't he?
Getting the same.
Not much penetration there, but
Good.
it's gentle.
Oh, may continue.
And we were talking about the scores in other games. Slough have now reached 168 for 5.
6.
Or for 6, sorry. I sort of predicted they'd get up to 200. They seem to have this habit of doing that. 1 or 2 good players, one in particular. So they look in quite a strong position. They've got 12 overs to go. I can see them getting to 230 or 40. Chesham, as we've said, are 94 for 7. They don't appear to be offering much resistance to Wokingham at the moment. Ball's batted 167 for 5 away at Harefield. Was raining there, but not anymore. Amersham were 197 for 2 against Great Brickhill. Great Brickhill were going to be a bit of a threat at the beginning of the season, but they seem to have rather faded.
I think that Loz 6 in the last ball to win the game took the stuffing out of them a bit.
Yes, that was extraordinary, wasn't it?
So maiden there.
Perhaps we could just have a look at the Division 1 table.
Yeah.
I think Oxford Cricket Club are probably safe. That's quite tight at the bottom. I think Tame are playing Oxford today. Was I right in saying that? And that could be an important game. Oxford with 166 points and Tame with 150.
They are.
In fact, they are. And Tame are 157 for 4 of 37.
It's well hit by Tom there. Will just be a single though.
If we could just go back to that again, if Tame win that game, it'll probably put them above Oxford, depending on how many bonus points Oxford pick up.
They are
Which
16
leaves
ahead.
16, yeah. Which leaves Finch Hampstead.
So
Oh,
Tring
who's
are
down?
down. Tring have lost
Tring
every game.
Tring are down. Who are Finch Hampstead playing? Because if they and Tame both win, it's going to put pressure on Oxford. So Finch Hampstead
Datchet.
are playing Datchet, who are on 225 for 4. So Datchet looking at a good position there with 9 overs to go.
Tom looking around the field menacingly. I have a feeling this is going to get launched.
We're due another one soon, aren't we?
Yeah. Captain playing with the field.
Put in that extra cover to try and cut off that back foot steer wide of cover.
Don't know what code.
That's exactly why he was put there. He's failed to pick it up. Just a single this time.
Hit very firmly though. Got some hand to the ball.
Yeah. And the fielder going back behind square for Will. Oh, taking a quick single. I have to say that one or two of the players look a little awkward from Burnham, don't they? They don't look the fittest, fastest, athletic side
No.
that you might expect.
They won't quite have the bounce in the field as we do though,
No.
just because of the position in the league.
We
so
are a particularly good fielding side too, aren't we? Oh, there it goes. That's bold. He misjudged the length badly there. It was a quicker ball. It was well pitched up, and he originally went back to try and again push it through cover, but he got himself in a right old mess. Ball kept a little bit low, but he picked the length wrong there. Simple as that. Again, you've got to question whether that was necessary, but it's the way he plays.
Yeah. So Tom Costa goes for 18. Brings in Freddie.
The young bear cub.
Bear back on the stream. Simon Eva Wakefield might finish before Mr. Sandbach has time to open the wine. Never, no.
I had rather a late night in the Blue Ball last night. My wife was away for 2 days. She encouraged me to go down. Somebody I met
Is that the Blue Boar in?
Blue Ball in Longworth.
Okay.
I met too many people I know. I ended up staying rather late. So I won't be rushing to open the wine today.
Arsenal 3-0 down to 10 men. Oh dear, oh dear.
Is that the only game that started early today?
There's normally a championship game, but I couldn't tell you what it is. There's 2 championship games. Bristol City are beating Cardiff and Derby are beating Forest.
1-0 to Bristol City.
There's a Division 1 game as well. Rotherham 0, Doncaster 0. That's a local derby, that is. Not much love lost between those. Actually, so is it? My initial thought was that a derby, but
I'm not so
Doncaster's further north.
I'm not
than
so hot
Rotherham.
on my geography in that part of the world, I'm afraid.
Rotherham is Sheffield
I can
way,
tell
and
you that-
Doncaster's.
I can tell you that Bristol's quite close to Cardiff, despite being in a different country.
Yeah.
That's been beautifully picked up by Will Watts. That was a flick,
Yeah,
immaculately timed
we have lost that
for
ball.
6. Effortless shot, really. Looks like he was shaping to put it through mid-wicket.
Everybody's looking at one another. Who's
Matt's
going
gone
to get the
to
ball. I think you need a new
see if he
ball.
can find a new ball.
The second one, we reckon.
Which one is it, George? You know?
Not Sarah's.
Do you know?
Not the one on the corner, the other one, I think. I think you're just going to have to go. They're going to have a new ball.
Pausing for a while while we all go and search for the ball. Whose car is that with a number plate?
It's Paul Fowler's.
Is
Got
that,
upside
is
down
that
number
Paul
plate.
who was
Yeah.
'cause I don't really know him. So I'm not on.
That's on this one. They're searching for the ball. I think they've actually decided to get another ball. It's gone into one of the houses, gardens. I don't think it's gone into Sarah's. I
It
think
didn't. It didn't land straight in the garden, but it obviously hit the road and bounced high.
Did it hit the road?
Well,
I thought it went straight
well-
into the garden. I thought
Don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think it did.
it bounced very high. Yeah,
Must
I
have
think
just-
you're
I
right.
think it
did
bounced very
bounce.
high because it certainly. It was a question of whether it was going to reach the boundary at one point, so it only just cleared the rope. Well, a few feet anyway. Anyway, we're back on now.
Apparently you're a lightweight, Ted, according to Bear.
On the basis I haven't poured myself a glass of wine by midday, is that right? I'm sure I shall gently warm up when the time is right and appropriate. Oh, that's out. That's out. He's got a nick. Will Watts. That was a good delivery because that actually came in the air and then nipped off the seam.
It did.
A sort of perfect delivery. So 31 for 2. Nothing to worry about yet, I don't think. But we just need to not get too complacent. George Sandbach's coming in at 4. So 2 left-handers at the crease.
Yeah, never a simple run chase at Oxford Downs, is it?
Yes, please. Very dull and boring for the next 70 runs, please. Don't want any excitement.
Nick Rivet is making it very clear that he doesn't want to see any flamboyant cricket. He wants the 70 singles, he is saying.
Machinery going well in the background. It sounds like a digger of some
There's
description.
a lot of noise going on somewhere.
So after hitting that 6, we'll get a decent ball. You see your son's bruises from last week?
I did. He very proudly showed them off.
He forgot his thigh pad.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, he said, I forgot my thigh. I was out there and all of a sudden I thought, crap, I haven't put my thigh pad on.
Well,
And one of the, is it
I
Limes?
hope he had a box on.
Well, yeah. Limes, I think it is. He's the real quickie
Yes.
at Amersham.
Yes, that's
And,
right, with the long hair.
Exactly that. And he was facing up against him and he just getting that extra bit of bounce. It was, ended up with some paintball-sized bruises on his legs.
I hope he was rather like Brian Close and didn't flinch. Give the bowler a suggestion of weakness. So we're back to the left arm orthodox spinner, burning to Freddie, who's of course left-handed. Keep forgetting I don't need to explain that he's actually left-handed because of course you're watching it on television. This isn't radio commentary.
I think it always is good to describe what's going on as well. I certainly know Nick Owens is driving to Wales in his car at the moment, and he said he'll have it on the stereo, but he won't,
Really?
won't be watching it for obvious reasons. Hope the drive's going well, Nick. Probably about halfway there now, I would have thought.
Depends which part of Wales you're going to.
I think you're going to Anglesey.
Oh Christ.
Just pulls up short. They run 3 though.
Good running. These two will be good runners.
Freddie gets off the mark.
We have friends who have a house in St David's, which of course is Pembrokeshire, and every time you need to cross the Welsh border and think, oh well, I'm in Wales, not far now.
Oh, it's a yeah.
Blinking miles.
Yes.
You go on and on forever. Nice when you get there. Lovely sandy beaches.
I love Wales. If you could guarantee the weather there, I wouldn't go anywhere abroad really, because the beaches are beautiful.
I wouldn't quite say I love Wales, but there are parts of Wales which are very attractive.
Yeah, my son's moved to Newport. That part isn't that attractive.
Brecon Beacons is on there. Right?
Yes, which isn't too far away from Newport.
I'm threatening to go back to the Brecon Beacons. We used to go there at school for a week, sort of army, sort of CCF camp or whatever. Yeah, we were old enough to find pubs.
Oh, done with
Something
the
rather-
spin then as well.
Rather pleasant about walking 20 miles with a backpack, setting up a camp and then finding a local pub. A roaring fire and a good pint of bitter. So George Savage played and missed a couple there.
He did, yes, yeah.
It's a little bit uncomfortable.
Spin, getting some good turn. It's that replacement ball. You never quite know its history.
I think he does bowl a quicker ball because he got Tom out on the quicker delivery. And it may well be that he's.
He did Tom like a kipper, really,
He
because
did.
Tom just
Well,
yeah,
Tom
played
leant
all
back
around
to
it.
put it through, and the ball was there before he knew it, and he just picked the wrong length. And it's as simple as that. And I think George a little bit the same there, except the ball wasn't straight. Lucky.
Anything down the leg side, obviously wide in this game.
And Chesham are creeping up.
Yeah, they
They've
are.
got 118 for 7.
Just get to that 150.
Well, I just think
119 for 8.
Yeah, 100, oh, for 8 now. Okay, updated. you know, if they could just get up to 140, 150, it just gives a little glimmer of hope. It would be lovely for Downs to go to Cheshire next week, already promoted. I think it's unlikely to happen. It's another good delivery. Came in late to Freddie. And off the outside edge to Gully. Mostly along the ground. Yeah, it's quite a late dip on this ball. Now whether it's behaving any differently now it's a new ball, not sure, but quite a lot of excitement. I'm not sure there needed to be.
A little bit of encouragement in the field there to one another.
The ball is certainly moving a lot.
I think Fred prefers seam and pace on the ball rather than spin.
Oh, no,
Saying
that's
that.
a good delivery. He appeared to play around that. Would have been far from his off stump.
He's just adjusting his gloves.
So we're not going to have it all our own way today, I
No.
don't think. That's better. Very solid defensive shot. Hitting the middle of the bat. Haven't seen Freddie play much this year. Didn't play at the beginning of the season, did he?
Yes, he played a bit at the beginning of the season. Then he
Was
had
off
some
at
school
school,
games,
so.
and he was captain of their school team. So
Is Freddie in his last year? I imagine
yes, he's
probably
off to
is.
uni. Yeah, he's off to uni after this. So
Do you know where he's going?
Cardiff, I believe. Bear might want to just confirm that. I think it's
I'm sure
Cardiff.
Bear will confirm it.
How are we doing, Matt? Not too bad, is it?
All good.
All good. I've only got 100, mate, total. Is that right?
They made 100. They did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
35 for 2.
Yeah, 35 for 2.
Yeah.
Should be okay,
Yeah.
talking to a spectator.
Yes.
But stranger things have happened.
Oh, I know.
Just got to bat sensibly. Just got to bat sensibly.
I was correct. It was Cardiff. Bear's still obviously listening to the commentary. Thanks, Bear. Haven't hit the mute button yet. So Mr. Fowler's on his way, the Badger, to Stanton Harcourt for a live update there. I will get a text and hopefully we'll be able to bring him in live video for the first time.
Oh, no, another wicket has gone.
I think he's got a bottom edge on that.
He has got a bottom edge on it.
Good take from the
Again,
keeper.
it was the quicker delivery, which has undone at least 2 of the batsmen and almost got George. This is just a little bit worrying.
Brings Gus Miller out.
with some sensible batting now. We just need to nurdle the ball around, pick up the singles,
Just 20 runs, 20
dispatch the
30
bad
more.
ball. But I think it's the change of pace which is causing the problem here. He does bowl a good, quicker delivery. It seems to bounce and rush on. So I would suggest, really, they need to get forward, because two of them have been done by going back to a ball that's been quite well pitched up. Yeah, it's a good run, sensible running. More of this, just pushing it around, nurdling it around, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Another quick single, called quite early by George. Wasn't sure the fielder was going to take that, but
It would have been interesting if he got his.
he probably saw the angles. If he got the angle wrong, then that could have been trouble. But
Definitely.
it certainly, as I've said, is the sort of thing they need to be doing, just pushing it around. There's probably one just behind square. There they go. That was actually a bye, I think. Yeah, that's a bye. Came off the ball bounced a bit, came off the wicketkeeper's shoulder and just landed behind square on the leg side. They managed to scuttle through for a quick single. Chesham 124 for 9, so they're not going to get to that, I think, elusive 150 which we were all hoping for. Now, Gus Miller played here as a boy, didn't he?
He did. I don't remember him, but
Well, I do. His mother worked for me, actually. Heather Miller. Sadly, she had to move away from the area and lives now near Bedford. And he was at Bedford School. He's a very fine all-round sportsman, as are the rest of the family. And I think his sister has just
yeah, got
become
a
a
professional
pro,
cricket
a
player.
contract to be a
Yeah.
pro cricketer.
Yeah, I heard that.
But
as
I
well.
mean, they're also brilliant hockey players. You know, they're all England age group hockey players and whatever. Very sporting family. Heather herself won a half blue at cricket while she was at Oxford. It's another good ball. Well played by Gus. Squeezed it down to fine leg. Couple of runs. Hasn't quite scored the runs that we were hoping, I think, but no batsman has this year.
No, nobody has.
Perhaps
I think
they're
the
saving
highest,
it.
highest score is
Saving it for next week or next year,
yeah,
hopefully.
50 odd, I think.
Yeah. I mean, Gus has,
Oh, so we got
Gus has
70, I
looked
think.
good and looked calm, but got himself out from what I've seen. I haven't seen all the games, but well, he called for a single there, and George sent him back straight away, which I think was probably quite sensible. But it's good that they're looking. He didn't get quite enough weight on the ball for the single. field in a single. Positive shot. Man City 4, Arsenal 0. Rather ambitious appeal, I think. But the fielding side are getting quite excited. They're a lot more animated than they were when they first came out to field. A little sniff.
Okay, at the end of this over, which I think is just coming up, is it? It is. We've got Paul Fowler on roving comms. I'm just going to put him up on the screen. Let's see whether we get him. Here you go.
Technology.
I'm just going to tell him he's live so we can hear it and he can then give us an update. Oh, it might be working. Might not be.
If the Fours manage to get a result today, then promotion will be in their hands. So just one more game against Stanton next weekend over at Great and Little Chew. So I'll be coming back to you shortly and giving you another update. Cheers for now.
Paul Fowler superimposed.
I didn't go too badly. I was flicking lots of buttons there. Sorry about that, guys. So it was the first attempt. That was good. Thanks very much, Paul, for that.
I didn't hear what he said.
I could hear it on the cans. I could,
Right.
yeah. No, he's just giving an update. I had to turn the volume up as well, so because I didn't have the correct volume to start off with. Oh, he's hit that away. 4 runs.
That's a lovely shot. 4 runs from Gus Miller.
Thanks very much, Paul, for that. Perfect.
Flat batted that almost. The quicker delivery again. Thick outside edge. Didn't quite pitch it in the right place, but it certainly made the batsman hurry.
So the end of the 12th over there. 47 for 3. Quick comparison. They were 59 for 5 at this stage.
Again, sensible batting.
Yeah, these two, just what it needed, just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, you're going to get a bad ball or two, and as long as those are put away, which is happening, they just keep nurdling the ball around, picking up the singles, There's an obvious single on the leg side, which I know that George has noticed, and probably one into the covers.
Oh, that'll
That's
be
a
through.
nice cover drive. That's gone all the way through. I'm not sure if it's going to go the whole way. He didn't cream it quite as much as he normally does.
They only try running forward, didn't
Well,
they?
they would have got away with 4. They should, in fact, they should. I think if George had been this end, he'd have taken that 4. Gus turned it down. Yes, a very long boundary out there. Don't think George quite timed it. Another single. I think Burnham are in need of another wicket quickly if they're going to stay in this game. There's still a bit of energy about them now.
Only 49 required now, though.
Yeah, it ought to be. It ought to be fairly straightforward, but it's easy saying that sitting here.
Loz is doing a circuit with his shirt off. I didn't think it was that warm.
Who's that?
Loz Brock doing
Oh,
a
right,
circuit with
right.
his shirt off.
Ooh, that's another play and miss. George rather reaching for it. Change the angle to come round the wicket to George. George had a late night last night. not drinking, I hasten to add, but he Sandy's piano bar. He's got 3 staff off because they've been pinged, and I think he had to go in. I mean, played cricket down in Wiltshire yesterday. He then had to go into the bar till late just to make sure that it kept running. So I don't think he was back home till 3 or 4 o'clock. But as I say, not drinking. I'm not entirely sure about that, but that's what it was likely to happen. Now we're just being joined by Lawrence Brock, who I think thinks
got his
he's,
shirt off.
thinks he's in
He's
the
in-
Caribbean, I think, probably. He's, despite a bit of cloud cover and a slightly chill wind, he's decided to expose his body to the public.
How are you doing, alright?
We're all going well, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
many we got
Having a bit of fun.
20 odd.
20 people. Nice. Shot.
Another good shot from Gus for no run.
Maybe we can get over the line without losing any more wickets.
Well, so you don't need to pad up. That would be the perfect.
I don't.
Oh, you just hit the last ball for 6 if you pad up.
As, yeah, as you can tell, I don't really want to pad up, but my current dress attire at the moment. I'm not looking for a pad up. I'm just
I
gonna
think
stay in it for
I
a
think
while.
you should be fairly safe. I think
Give me
probably
a cabbage and
today.
I'll be all good.
You've done your job for the day. Got on the board. 6 wickets.
Yeah, on the board again, which is good.
Yeah, that's great. In fact, only a quarter of the runs were scored from your end when you finished,
Oh, Christ.
and the other 3 quarters came from the bowlers the other end. So a good 6 for 21 off 10 overs. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's coming out well today.
You found
Well,
your radar pretty early. You didn't.
Yeah, I
You,
bowled one wide. Which
I was about
is
to say,
surprise.
yeah.
Normally I bowl about 5 or 6 wide
yeah,
in this
I
format.
wasn't going to say that, but
I missed the beginning actually here, but certainly when I arrived in the commentary box, you were burning very accurately.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. Just keep plugging away. This bowler here has got a good, quicker delivery,
Yeah,
which is what's taken 2 of the wickets and also beaten George, although he didn't get a nick on it.
I think he's a bit of answers, lad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's on their books.
I don't know if you can hear Lawrence in the background telling us that the bowler, left-arm spinner, is on the books of Northampton Cricket Club. It suggests he is a slightly better bowler than you might initially think.
Come on.
What's he doing, snoring?
I don't know. No, I think he was noodling up to Holly, isn't it?
I don't know.
His girlfriend.
Wearing a rather interesting outfit, Holly.
I wonder if they'll take drinks after 15 overs. Actually, I don't know.
So
at
what
point-
you said to me initially that you
Yeah,
thought
I
that
was
lunch would
convinced.
be
I was convinced they were
lunch,
taking
such
him.
as it is these
Yeah.
days, was between innings.
Yeah,
But
they obviously decided no.
yeah, was that the umpires? I mean, is that the rules, or did the players decide just to go straight on with it?
I guess it must allow it in the rules. But
I
yeah,
mean, when are they going to have a break for, or are they not?
I guess they're not.
I guess they're not now.
They wanted more drinking time later on.
Well, not quite time to celebrate yet, is it?
Just get another 30 runs on the board.
Should we have another look at the? You're
The
operating this
scores.
screen.
That's all right.
The scores:
125 all right.
125 all out.
Looks like Cheshire Mar taking the full interval.
Innings break. Yes, play resuming at in about 20 minutes' time. So we're not probably going to be able to bring you much information there. It would just be lovely to see a few early wickets go down, wouldn't it? Slough, as I predicted, got to their 200, but they were all out. 47.1 overs, out for 216. So presumably they've already picked up some bonus points anyway there. I never quite know how the bonus points work. Wargrave yet to bat. I mean, that's not of great significance to Oxford Downs. Unless something extraordinary happens. Other games, Amersham 292 for 3.
Wow, that's a score.
Crikey.
That's that Great Brickhill though. That short boundary at Great Brickhill.
Yeah, but nevertheless, 3 overs left as well. They're going to get 300.
It's a very short boundary. Depending on where the square is, it can be an incredibly short boundary there.
Yeah.
Depending on where, the pitch is.
Horsebath 208 for 8 against Harefield. I think that covers most of the games.
Direct
Well,
hit
that
would have
was,
been close.
Would have been very close if you hit. George, I think he's changing his helmet for a cap. I think it's rather nice to be able to see the batsmen's faces. That's the trouble with helmets these days. You don't see the expression on their faces a lot of the time. It's often hard to identify who's batting
Yeah,
sometimes.
well, if they're very similar stature, it's,
Yeah.
it's very tricky. It's
That's right. no real threat. There's no pace at all. Even the medium pacer is really just bowling gentle little sort of in and out swingers.
Certainly when Will and Luke are batting together, I struggle to tell who's who because they're very similar stature. Both wear helmets, both wear the same gear.
Yeah. Some people would argue you should always wear a helmet regardless, because even with a spinner you can get a top edge into the face and whatever.
Doesn't take much speed on the ball to cause damage to the face.
I never wore a helmet because when I was playing my better cricket, there was no such thing as a helmet.
It's like a bicycle helmet. I can't remember anybody having a bicycle helmet when we were younger.
Indeed. Yeah, but they're much heavier, aren't they? I mean, I once put one on, thinking I ought to wear one right at the end of my career, but it felt so uncomfortable. I could hardly see through the grill. It felt extraordinarily odd. But I suppose now, for most players, it's odd if you don't wear one.
Yeah, it's a bit like a seatbelt.
It is, I suppose. Yes, indeed.
Kind of for our generation, it seems very odd not wearing a seatbelt. It's got hold of that.
George has gone for that, and
4 runs.
And it's 4 runs.
First boundary in a while.
Very classic George shot. I'm not sure he got his foot quite right to the ball.
No.
It did stay mostly on the ground. It started slightly uppish. Again, that moves the score on to 59, so it's only 40 runs required. This is what it took, isn't it? It took...
Takes the edge off it there.
It just took 20 minutes to half an hour of sensible batting. The danger was losing a 4th or 5th wicket with a score around 30. But I think this side is more mature than some of the sides of the past at the Downs. And they bat quite deep, don't they, as well?
Yes, yeah, you got, Loz and Prav. Prav can definitely knows the right end of the bat. He does.
But certainly down to 8 or 9.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not suggesting the 10 and 11 are any worse, but the skipper comes in at 8, I think, doesn't he?
It'd be interesting today. You got Matt Warner down there and Frankie Crouch. All can definitely. It's only really Loz would say he's
Frankie
not a
Crouch
recognised.
used to open the batting for the Downs, didn't he? For a while. I see you hardly had a bat this year.
Got very sore leg. I played at the pink sheep black sheep game last night on the Astro and I slid stupidly to get my bat in and took quite a nasty carpet like burn on my leg now.
Where is the Astro?
Right over the right hand side.
I can't see it from here.
It's the very light strip on the right hand side.
Yeah. Sorry, yes. That just looks him here like a cut strip as opposed to the Astro. Yes, I remember that going in. Is it used a lot?
It is for those kind of games where we don't want to put any, pressure on the square at all. Friday night game that doesn't, it's just a social game.
Do the Pink Sheep still play?
They do,
The girls' side?
Yeah, they beat us last night, they did.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did they?
My wife hit the winning 4, she did.
My goodness.
They needed 3 off 2 balls, and she hit a 4 with the penultimate ball, off my bowling as well.
Got a good sort of crowd down here?
Yeah. Took a good chunk behind the bar.
Who are the stars of the Pink Sheep?
They've got a couple of players who play hockey.
No Rachel Potter.
No, they have a couple of players who play hockey, and the girls who play hockey both bowled and batted very well. They did.
Right. Good eyes.
The Black Sheep don't have any players really. We just turn up and throw the ball up in the air a lot. Don't practice.
Did you perform at all last night?
I did score a few runs and retired, but I really can't bowl. And that's the law. Every player has to bowl.
So what did you play? 20 overs?
Well, last night we only played 12 because we didn't have enough light to go any further than that.
Okay.
And we scored 111 off our 12 overs, which I didn't think was a bad score.
That was a very impressive score.
And they did knock it off. We play the rule: you don't re-bowl a ball. You get 2 for a wide or a no ball. You do.
Right. Okay. Don't have anything like not out first ball or anything.
No.
Or-
No, it was proper. If you're out, you're out cricket last night. We didn't play. Sometimes we play pairs, which means you just lose runs if you're out. So everybody then gets a fair stab at batting and bowling.
Yeah. Last ball bounced a little bit. Bowler's
Yeah.
still getting quite excited. He's quite animated, isn't he? He's,
This is his 9th over.
yeah.
I think both the opening bowlers have been bowled through by the look of it, which I don't blame Burnham. You know, play your best bowlers to give you the best chance of getting the most wickets.
Yeah. That one kept low. So it's like there's slight variation in bounce. Amersham now on 322
Wow.
for Paul.
That's like 26 runs
Wow.
off 2 overs.
1 over to go. Yeah, as you say, it's a very small boundary over at Great Brick Hill. I think I've been there. That's well bowled and well played. George holding a pose there.
These two batting very sensibly. I don't know what the partnership's at now. Let's have a quick look.
It must be about 30 odd.
25 off 45 balls.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think these two are likely to see us home. I don't think, for listeners, there need be any panic at this stage.
So the Northants spinner, Fahan
I think he's
Khan.
still on.
Fahan Khan. He's into his 9th over.
Yeah.
Figures
Well, they're
of
both Khans. Both bowlers.
So I think there's another wicket of the thirds game. I'll see if I can get over to Paul to get an update from that. We'll have another go at bringing him in. Hopefully there won't be a wicket here.
It's good over. Mr. Khan is bowling at the moment. Exercising a lot of control, getting a little bit of bounce, and as I said earlier, has a very good, quicker delivery.
Okay. Just wait till the end of this over and we'll get a live update from Paul.
A roving reporter. Is this anyone? Can you the only one who can hear this? Or does
Yeah,
it,
I can only hear. They can hear it on the stream, but
Oh,
I
they
can hear it in the
on
cans.
stream. Okay.
Just waiting for this final ball and then I'll go over to Paul.
That's the over.
Hi Matt, bringing you a quick update. There's been 2 quick wickets here. One from Wetter, one literally just happened. I think that was Alfie List again. So that's reduced Stanton Harcourt 2s for 92 for 7 now. So putting some pressure. There was a bit of a fight back from Stanton Harcourt, but some tight bowling from the youngsters. Bobby Wakely picked up another 1 wicket today, just a moment ago, and Alfie List as well. And special mention as well for Alice Potter, who's been doing a grand job behind the stumps. so it's not her usual job, but she's doing a grand effort there, and someone's now taken over the share of the work. So delicately poised here in this promotion push in Cheryl League 8C. I'll come back to you if there's any more wickets. Cheers.
Thanks very much for that, Paul. That went a bit smoother than the last one. Yeah, got the sound right. Bit of wind noise, but thanks very much. Yeah, that worked well. Pleased with that. So we're back here. Not much happened, just a dot off that first delivery of the next over.
George chasing a wide delivery there. That's looking close. Ooh.
Umpire shook his head straight away, didn't he?
He's just doing too much, I think. He's moving the ball around. They're certainly making Downs work. That's picked up by George, just drifted it down the leg side a bit. And just helped it on its way.
George very strong off his legs. Anything that down that leg side will get punished.
Now gone through the offside, just pushed through. Two. And here we have Will Watts, who's joining us. He's just freshly back from his honeymoon, down in South Devon, where although I wasn't there, he's spotted the rest of the family.
Saw a pair
So-
of Oxfordshire shorts and looked up, and there was Mr. Chris Sandbach.
That's right, that's right. And I'd gone to dump the car and was walking to meet them.
That's right,
In fact, I ran to meet them, believe it
Did
or
you have a
not.
nice time? Were you down there for the week?
We had a lovely time, yeah, we were down there for the week, yeah. Chris was down there for 10 days actually.
Lovely stuff.
But you stayed at the Mason's Arms at Branscombe. Nice place, nice little pub.
Great pub.
It's very busy at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't get it,
No, it's mobbed. It's mobbed.
can't get in there.
Yeah, lovely little pub.
So what made you choose that for your honeymoon destination? Did you know it?
No, we didn't know it at all. So we were supposed to go to Guernsey. We've had to push it back
Yeah.
because you have to be double jabbed, etc. So we looked last minute, and that was the one that popped up. So
Right, okay.
Good choice. Did very well. Congratulations on your big win last night. Hit the winning run. Claire Bowden, the finisher.
Yeah, easy.
But you know, we better keep walking, mate, because we're doing alright. Yeah,
Well done.
Nice to see you, gents.
This is the last over from this left arm spinner. 2 for 38. Nobody moves there. 4
Again
runs.
is a cover drive, slightly flat batted. Again, seems to play it like that.
Just go at half
But a
past
very
2 and get
nice
it. It's fine.
hard hit four.
Or if I finished, I'll go and get her.
Well, it's only 5 minutes till afternoon.
71 for 3.
Yeah, they won't do that in 5 minutes.
a slightly quicker delivery again. He's bowled so well.
Be good just to see this bowler off, really.
Yeah.
Just get 3 dots here, makes no difference.
Oh, no. Foolish shot.
Yes.
He picked the wrong ball to hit.
Just blocked
so he's
3
been
of them.
caught that cover.
Anyway, that's the end of Gus Watts.
That's purely shot selection again. It wasn't there.
Apparently there's been another wicket in the 4th game.
What are we doing? Are we fielding the 4th game?
Yes, yeah. See if we can get an update from Paul.
And you say the 4th, they could if they win.
Yeah, could get promotion.
Does it depend on other?
I think they've got their destiny in their own hands.
Have they? Well, you could always have a look. You seem to be able to flick onto the screen very quickly.
Hi, Matt and Ted. Wickets keep falling over at Stanton Harcourt in this promotion battle. Nick Evans has just clean bowled a Stanton player. So as it currently stands, it's 97 for 8. Stanton Harcourt are struggling a little bit, really tight bowling here. So hopefully the innings will be over soon, and the chaps should have a reasonable target to aim at. I'll keep you updated as there more happens.
Thanks very much, Paul, there. Sorry I didn't quite get the sound right when he first came in. He was a bit loud, but I managed to turn it down quickly. It looks like they're off for drinks here. I think I might have a quick comfort break. I don't know about you, Ted.
I'll turn the mic off for a minute.
I'll leave that one on. So they have come off for a 20-minute break. I will just put up the scorecard so everybody can see that. 71 for 4. Assume it's Loz not coming in next. It will almost certainly be the captain, Tom Costley. And I will sign off now. Put some music on for the 20-minute break. Catch you later. I think we got another update from the fours. I'll switch over to Paul Fowler. Or maybe not. Sounds to me like Paul's... Yeah, the signal's really bad at Stanton Harcourt. So we'll scrub that update. Because the bell has just rung. And the players are taking the field here. I'll see whether I can get him to just send me a text. Nick Evans got another wicket. So Stanton Harcourt 119 for 9. My daughter's just shouting hello at me. Hello, Connie. So it looks like Luke Masnin is actually coming out to bat. Looks like Alfie List has also picked up an injury, unfortunately. So Rachel Potter is sub-fielder. I think Ted's coming back to join me. It's been a great help today. Some Ted Sandbach insight. So far stayed off the wine. He's actually running over.
Thank you.
So we're back on. Just 4 balls left of this. Sorry, 2 balls left of the left arm spinner's over.
Now I've been hearing some exciting news about Wokingham.
Oh,
They're in trouble at something
21
for 3.
for 3.
21 for 3,
They
chasing
are.
125. And Danny Houseco, who is the ex-Middlesex
oh, that's a great shot.
cricketer, is out. And who is this in at number?
It's Luke. That's a great shot from
No,
Luke.
Luke Masden
Yeah.
is in. Sorry, of course. Yes.
So Luke off the mark with a 4.
Difficult to see under the helmet. That was rather a nice shot as well. He's in.
He plays spin well. Luke
He's
does.
in good form,
Oh,
isn't
I
he?
shouldn't say. But that is the last ball.
That's been a good
It's
spell.
over. Yeah. Got 3 wickets for 46 runs. I guess the only criticism, minor criticism you could have, it is reasonably expensive. Yeah, Wokingham 24 for 3.
And that is an extraordinary start. They could do us a massive favour. Man City 5, Arsenal 0. That was the final score. Bristol City have beaten Cardiff. Derby have drawn with Notts Forest. For those interested. Meanwhile, we have a game here, 75 for 4. George busy chatting to all the players again, as he does.
It's like another spinner. Right arm. No, left arm.
Left arm.
They did have quite a few
Well,
left-handed
one
batsmen.
would,
so
one would deduce it's left arm by the way he's... I wonder how long it's going to be before we have a bowler who's good enough to bowl.
Oh, there's an Afghanistani international.
There is there?
Yeah, but he swaps from right to left. He can either.
Oh, right. But of course, you have to let the batsman know, don't you? You can't sort of run up and.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have to set yourself for one over. You could go,
No,
today, this ball I'm going to bowl right-handed, and the next one I'm going to bowl left-handed, as long as you let the batsman know. Just 25 now required.
Let's hope he's allowed to carry on playing cricket in Afghanistan.
Yes, yeah.
I think the men are going to be allowed to, but there was a women's team being developed there, wasn't there, in Afghanistan, and I don't suppose that'll be allowed to continue.
No. I guess you've got to think a lot of the Taliban probably played cricket, so
Yeah, well,
I don't want to encourage it. I don't know.
Who
knows?
I guess so. He's been given out. He has been given out.
Oh dear.
LBW. He was a long way forward, but it did look fairly straight. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And he was well stretched down, but the ball didn't seem to do a lot.
I was praying the umpire wasn't going to put up his finger, but I don't think he can have any complaints about that.
To be fair, the umpires have turned down every other decision, but I have seen umpires this year be pressured by the fielding side too much. It happened last week, I think. Or 2
Yeah, it
weeks
did.
ago.
It definitely happened last week. Yeah.
You know, the continuous appealing and shouting and screaming at umpires, and then eventually they relent and give one out.
Looks like Wokingham have just lost their 4th wicket. Yes, they have.
Why have they lost their 4th wicket? Crikey.
Michael Caldwell. Cowdell.
Well, there's a bowler called Pip of France who seems to be doing rather well.
Talking of losing wickets, Oxford Downs have lost their 5th wicket here. Never an easy run chase at Oxford Downs. I was saying that last week.
Yeah. And again, I don't think there's any danger yet, but you know, one more wicket is going to put us under a lot of pressure.
Matt Warner into bat now.
First shot very nicely struck for a single. Lord Ted is arriving here. Lord Ted Hip. It's never easy watching cricket, Ted, is it? Never easy. But we do bat deep, as I've said before, and there's a bit of experience there, and I think they'll see this through probably.
You wouldn't want to be chasing another 30 runs though.
Well,
on
exactly.
That.
I wouldn't want to be chasing 130. You're absolutely right. This is why I mentioned with the other game, Wokingham game against Chesham, that if Chesham could just get to 150, in fact they got 125, and Wokingham were something for 4.
23 for 4.
23 for 4.
Sorry, 37 for 4.
37 for 4. Wokingham, 37 for 4. Which of course has a huge bearing on the promotion at Battle. We're flicking across here. Matt is flicking across to the various different games.
It's like another spinner, new spinner into the attack. This time right arm.
Full of spinners.
No? Yeah, right arm.
Yeah. Well, that's burning leg breaks. That looked rather a useful first delivery.
It did.
I have an awful feeling that George might hit these guys at the ground. Well done, George. We just need some sensible batting here and just nurdling these ones round, which I've said before. But interesting wrist action. It's
Yeah,
a real
definitely.
wrist spinner.
Just
Leg break
trying to get-
bowlers, you can have finger spinners or you can have wrist spinners. And he is very wristed. That's too ambitious. He's very vociferous appeal. George a long way forward with the ball turning. George's got to keep his concentration here. That's a very good over. Very good over.
maiden.
Yeah.
Fortunately, there's no ball pressure at all in terms of the number of balls. You can soak up as many as you like with this this chase.
Yes. That's absolutely true, but your comment about thank God we're not chasing 130
Yeah, exactly,
is actually,
yeah.
I think, very relevant because it's often harder to hit the slower bowlers, spin bowlers. You lose your patience against them. So much easier with a quicker bowler sometimes just to work the ball, put it into gaps. So, two good-looking spinners following.
Ted's phone going off there. This is my head.
I just interrupting my commentary. I'm on the commentary on the game. Yeah, I've been sitting with Matt Bowden all day. I've rather enjoyed it. Just sort of.
It's a freebie wide. We like those.
Sorry? Yeah, no, I've moved away. Right. Yeah. So you're. Yeah. Okay. It's already half past 4. Yeah. Right. Okay. No, fine. Okay. I'm back to put this. The game's not going to go on for that long. It's actually quite chilly down here. So I'll come back home. So I'll see you at home. Probably about a similar sort of time to you.
Big appeal then.
Well, Ali's supposed to be
Does it
meeting
look too high to me from this end?
but, I suspect we'll probably rearrange that and meet somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
either-
see you back home. No, I haven't got a shot.
Nobody convinced behind the wicket, that's for certain.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. Oh yes, that's right. Okay, fine. Well, no. Okay. See then. Fine.
Easy off his legs for a single.
Hang on. Turn around, was it? That's right.
Just checking in with the wife.
Yes, she's driving back from being with Chris, doing a bit of babysitting.
That's a good take.
So we're creeping up, only 20 to go, so I think we're going to be okay. Any more news?
Yeah, they've scored a few runs, has to be said. Wokingham have, yeah.
Perhaps being a rather more aggressive.
50 for 4 now.
50 for 4. Mm.
Ted just saying we're being put through the ringer. Never easy.
That's Ted Heap.
Yep. He's going to be 6.
Right. Big 6 from George.
Full toss.
It's the first bad ball he's bowled, actually.
Well, he was a maiden in his first over.
Yeah. George has gone I think he's going to get 4 for that.
Yeah.
Wasn't the greatest shot.
Toe end it a bit.
Deciding to finish this quickly, I think. Which might now be the right
finishing
decision,
line's
actually.
right in sight now, isn't it?
Yeah, 91 for 5. And a single. As they say, that's good cricket. Good cricket. A 6, a 4, and then a quick single. Always upsets the field, that.
Wokingham 55 for 4 now. Just a bye.
That's a very useful over there. 3 singles, a 6 and a 4.
Still one ball to come.
Is there still one more? Ah, right. Scored off every ball.
Hey, Simon. Yeah, good. Really?
Well, it may well have been hitting the stumps, actually, but, of course, it would have pitched miles outside leg stump.
Yeah. Wokingham also getting on with it now, 59 for 4.
Yeah, wishful thinking on our behalf. It's looking like it's going to be a very tense next Saturday down at Chesham. And I gather, Matt, you're going to be there?
Yes,
You've arranged for...
I've contacted Chesham. They very kindly said I can go down and film. Yeah, I'll fingers crossed all the IT works. So yeah, tune in next week as we creep towards this finishing line. I don't think it'll be too long before one of them has a... We 1 hit away yet? We are 1 hit away.
I have to be at my middle son's stag do next Friday and in London, so...
Hey, George said that actually,
sure,
yeah.
Not sure how... well, George is coming down to it
Yeah.
as well, but missing the Saturday, because he's got something happening on the Saturday as well, which we're both missing. I think he's going to go to the Oval to watch the Test match. But George obviously will make himself available for the final game of the season. I think he would have attended the Oval had we won today and Wokingham lost.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'll try and keep George under control next Friday night and not have too much to drink. funny feeling George might want to finish this with a big 6.
Yes, yeah, I kind of get that feeling
I think
too.
if it's there, he's going to have a go, don't you? I don't know why.
Yes.
Maybe not. Maybe he's going to preserve his average, and which is what I would do. But I just know George. Oh, that's not there. He's taking a single. Oh gosh.
And that's out.
That was a slightly dangerous single, George. I think that's 97, in fact, for 6. The scoreboard doesn't say that yet.
Hello. 96 for 6.
Anything to say about that, Dad? Anything to say about that?
I have,
risky single, I think
I'm being
it was.
asked by Will Watts my views of George's rash decision to take a quick single.
Sure, having been a victim of it myself a number of times.
The answer is I have to say no very quickly, I think.
It required a direct hit, to be fair.
It did require a direct hit, and it must have been pretty close. I don't suppose anyone will worry too much about that, though, because the game is almost over. It's not as if he's depriving the other batsman of scoring a 50 or anything like that. So I don't think it's. I don't think there's going to be too much love lost over that. Right, that's a 4 for
And that
George.
scores a
That
tied.
sort of tied. Not a great shot, but it went for 4. So scores level. Final look at the Wokingham score to see if there's any joy there. We desperately need another wicket.
65 for 4 there.
65 for 4. No, that's over.
So an update from Stanton Harcourt. The tail is wagging, apparently. They're 152 for 9, Stanton Harcourt. So
Oh,
the
right,
last
okay.
two are put on 49.
Right. Well, George has an almighty swing at that and got a sort of thick inside edge. The ball is being tossed up. I'm still convinced he's going to go for the
big
the six.
heavy-ho.
He's talking to the players there. There we go.
Yeah. And there it is.
It's not 6, it's a 4. Hit firmly. End of the game.
Did what they had to do. A little bit
Well,
nervous.
I thought Burnham actually, having looked rather lacklustre in the field initially, actually proved to be a reasonable bowling side. And 3 spinners who all troubled the batters. Anyway, all is well that ends well.
So there's the final scorecard. George top scoring there with 40 runs. Took us 25 overs to knock those off.
Right, well I shall retire gently.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ted, for helping
Well,
today.
no, thanks, Matt.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that,
enjoyed it.
stepping
A little
in.
bit of waffle. Apologies if it's been too much waffle. But a bit of fun. Over and out.
So, as we said, next week I'll be coming from Chesham. I'll try and start the broadcast similar sort of time, 5 to 11. It's 11 o'clock start there. I'll put the stream link up on the social media. Quick shout out to today's match sponsor. ADS Creative Solutions, thanks very much to them. And of course all the rest of our sponsors as well. Shout out to Paul Fowler for doing the remote comms. We'll try and do that a bit more now we've got that technology working. I'll try and sort out the issues with the sound coming in quite loud. But yeah, it's a good first trial there, and we'll see you next week, hopefully with the Bear in commentating as well. And then a big party next Saturday to celebrate promotion, fingers crossed. You know, still could happen at Wokingham, but let me just get an update from the Wokingham school there. Well, they have just got the 5th wicket by the look of it. So Wokingham 63 for 5 now. So So yeah, that's going to be a close game. Okay, thanks very much for watching. I'll sign off now and see you next week.